go. Yes. So, this needs to be resized. That's fine. Unlock you so I can fit you to screen. Let's do this live, no worries. So here we have Brave New World. As we've seen before, again and again, another day, another Brave New World. Slight management on the fly as things, like to resize themselves here and there. In fact, I'll go ahead and pick me up a little bit. Ooh, pardon me. A little bit. I'm not gonna run over the chat. Alright, that's good. A couple of the more things I could have prepared for this, but yeah, it's always best to do these kind of things on the fly. For more Brave New World. This using the B14 beta prior to official 2.1. Pretty much the same thing we just had in the previous run of the multi-tap. Hopefully, this works. See you in a few minutes. That could be stand to be a little bigger. Put it like there. And while I usually like to preamble and watch the robots trudge, I feel like we need to get to it. So first thing, very important, the first thing to do, swing down and, yeah, wood. Wood looks good. Delay off. Memory, B button to walk. Looks good. It's good to me. Let's start. So in Brave New World, we've seen pretty much every way things could go. Maybe? We'll see. Using a brand new emulator this time, to me. Stuttering may occur here and there, it's fine. We'll take a hair of stutter here and there. It's not like there are multiple things going on here. Been a little bit since we had the camera on, too. Hey, Saya. How's it going? Long time no see, buddy. Fine is good. Fine is good. That is way better than bad. You found an epic game. Alright. Noticed you were doing a lot of watch parties lately. That's good. But as long as it's promising, then, no, it's good. Oh, and there's Faye. Faye, you don't have to do that. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. Don't see enough of you these days, Faye. Hope you're doing well as you're keeping busy. Hey, Zuhan. Gimmick? I don't know what you're talking about. This is just regular Brave New World. Nothing here is possibly different. Oh, that's right, you don't have fire. You don't start with it. You've been working non-stop. Hopefully work's been good then. That's the important thing. You enjoy what you do, you enjoy where you do it. That's the important thing. At what point would I ever have a gimmick in Brave New World? Yeah, I'll definitely check that out when I get a chance. Good to enjoy yourself some derp. Nine hours of standing around. Well, that's one way to keep you fit, huh? I spend about 9 hours a day sitting down, so I have to work pretty hard the rest of it to have that not, you know, wreck me. There you go, that's the first step. Good job, Biggs. Good job, Wedge. Good job, huh? This must be it. Save point. Yeah, first save. Nah. Yeah, we're making pretty good time. You know, the opening drudges of the game, where it doesn't take... It takes a long time to open up. Even at a fairly brisk pace. Well, but it's nice. I get to finally do this more casually. Nice and relaxed. Something about him. Well, get him and just throws a shell at these 3 armored units. They pretty much just put a claymore in front of us and hoped we would trudge right into it and blow up. We're supposed to be calming down, instead his next day off is Thursday. That's like 5 days from now. Best of luck. I'm rooting for you. Alright. Party's heading down. We found ourselves a frozen chicken. Where is that light coming from? Oh, right. Gonna need to remember that I have yet to find... I just downloaded BizHawk, haven't used it yet. Outside of this setup, I haven't found where accept background inputs is under the config. Gotta keep the screen in focus for the old controller to work. And yeah. Restrictions? When have I ever done anything like that? It's just another day, another Brave New World. Seems perfectly normal to me. In fact, good old Terra here. I like it. Well, I've already had, but you know, it's nothing to worry about there. So, we're just gonna. So just, you know, another day, another Brave New World. Here we have a. Yeah, it's been a while since I've used the camera, since, you know, the multi-tap had so many people going on. It wasn't about me, it was about all of us as a community coming together to play, you know, each play our own character. So we really had a lot, very different strategies, managed to finish the game pretty quickly with really really low levels for such a casual run we did, because he wants to sit around and grind. So, camera's back. Hey guys. Occasionally dog will hop up on couch. Don't worry about it. It's pouring rain outside, so it's not very cheery out despite being still 7 p.m. Sun doesn't go down nowadays till around almost 9. Which is really weird, going to bed when the sun's still up. And far away, our 3 Magitech troopers discuss their plan. There's the city. So it's gonna be nice to have a little casual run going on here, just kind of picking some favorite people and going with it, seeing how things work out. And I don't think low level no pants would be possible. No pants is barely possible in the end game. And usually I like to watch the robots trudge through the snow here, but I think we have a lot to do, so may as well just get right to it. The Emperor sprung to actually ship them forward before spending all the Magitech gas. And so I'm going to, let's just quickly do our setup here. It's, we got delay off, memory, B button to walk. And here we're gonna go gray. Yeah, gray looks right. And for this team, it's just a slider in the back row. Let's go wandering. We have a frozen chicken to find. I suppose someone could mention to Jens there that I don't know what you're talking about. Gimmick. Who does gimmicks anymore? That's just a casual run, another day, another Brave New World. That's right. I had no idea what you're talking about, Jens. Streamer. I have a name. Yeah, here we are, just 3 Magitech soldiers walking through Narshe. Just another day. Don't worry about all the layout and all the empty space up above. There's nothing's going on up there. I know you may be thinking, well, where's the headbanging Moogle? He might be taking a little rest. We'll see. Right, gotta keep the screen in focus, no clicking away. Wanted to check the audio levels, but Cat moves around far too much for Cat Cam. However, Cat is currently in a box. Got a box from Amazon, and what I bought was about that big. The box was quite larger, and my 20-pound cat has decided that is his new home. Oh no, Jens, don't wake the new baby. Don't wake the old baby. No, don't wake anybody. No one wants to wake up. Sleep is amazing. Unless you're playing Brave New World. Or other games that you enjoy. But might I recommend investing in headphones? Put a GoPro on the cat. I might be able to drag him over in the box. Yeah, next time I input commands, we'll see if I can't drag the cat over while still in box. Usually he doesn't care as long as he's not disturbed. The major extents. Just the local militia and their mammoth beasts. Specialize in lip reading in not your native language. What a hero. Alright, let me grab the cat. Here's cat. Cat in a box. Your cat. Cat in a box. Cat in a box on the couch. Yeah, let's go ahead and slide the camera a little bit. Welcome to my living room. Don't usually tilt it this far over, but here it is. Just gonna continue to zap this mammoth little by little. Death by 1,000 ballpoint pen stabs. Oh, good job, Wedge. Good job, Biggs. Good job, huh? Frozen and ice. Stray cat in a box. That's right. He just hangs out in there most of the time. He'll stay there indefinitely. Yeah, we'll just save. First save points. Good to see. Could hang around here and like some people and do a little preliminary grinding. It's fine. Smallest little barricade. And here they throw their... It's a shell beast, you know? It's not even poking out of the shell. It's just he threw a claymore in front of us and hoped we would walk right over it and blow up. And that it would do. Don't poke the shell. They changed it so it starts in the shell. They'll teach you a little bit about ATB of wait. Sometimes the best option is just wait. Hold on. He pokes his head out, we pour a little salt on it, we're good to go. Severely reduce HP total because hey, it's the first fight. You know what this is. You may continue on with the game. Thank you for engaging in our mechanic. For those who have not been to previous streams of mine, either now or in the YouTube, this is Brave New World, a mod of Final Fantasy VI that is like 99% perfect. Well, we found our objective. We found a frozen chicken. Hey, Witch, what is the matter? Cat is now cleaning himself in the box. Oswald's a good cat. Yeah, I think we'll run over here, grab the elixir before I forget. And howdy. Man, the moment this girl woke up, she just robbed me of my elixir. Maybe that's why Terra turns to alcoholism later. She spent her whole life in a haze. Now that she can think clearly, she'd much rather go to her comfort zone of not understanding things. So here, we have Terra. That's a good name. I like it. Occasional background sound of air conditioner kicking on will happen. As is the season. And, but... So, we have another game. We have a new, game to play today. We have, Brave New World, mod of Final Fantasy VI. Now, let's just boot this up, and, yeah, so... For the Magi. How was the audio? Is the audio good? Can everyone hear the game all right? It's always good to make sure that audio is. The game continues outside of. It's a brand new emulator for me, so still working on that. Another day, another Brave New World. I appreciate that. Just ordinary, everyday, Brave New World. And it says magic. This version. What's a, I don't get that reference. Restart. I know what you're talking about, gents. We just another day, another Brave New World. We're just playing. Here we have our Magitech, our 3 Magitech soldiers. They're staking out the city, discussing their objective of finding a magical frozen chicken. Tonight, we are drinking Monster Energy Zero Ultra. Some people are impossible to please. As soon as they get what they thought they wanted, they always want more. Our team riders and Monster Girls are no different. They've been dropping some hints lately. They've been asking us for a new monster drink. A little less sweet, lighter tasting, zero sugar, but with a full load of our Monster Energy blend. Sure, white is the new black. We went all out. Monster Energy Zero Ultra. Unleash the beast. Unleash the Ultra Beast. So while I usually sit here and watch and let the Magitech soldiers trudge their way to Nourish, we have things to do. So let's just go ahead and let's get started. We have a job to do. So first thing we want to do, let's so we adjust the menu. There's a little bit of menuing to do here. Let's I need to do. I gotta switch to here and this is gonna be very important that we do this right. So I have it written down here so I don't mess it up. And yeah, and then it's 17 0 17 17 0 0 and then 14 21 16 and then we want triple zeros. Then we want a 10. We got a 7 and a 0. And fine. Oh, I messed this up somehow. Hold on. We got a 5. We got a 0 and 21. Mess this up a little. We'll fix it. It's fine. Nothing's locked in stone. This one's 0 0 0. And this one's 14. 21, 16. There we go. Now we're getting there. This first one. Yeah, this first one is 0, 21, 21. That was it. True. 21-21. 17-0-17. And 17-0-0. Now we're talking. Beautiful. I love it. Well, let's move on. We have a job to do. We have the cursed selector up. I debated putting the no text patch on for this run, but I feel like the text is gonna really add a lot to it. Yeah, we're just gonna skip that fight because yeah, we can. We got the rainbow sprinkled cursed number through here. You don't want to parse. Who needs to see what they're doing? It's fine. That's right. You can just hear it. You know what's going on. This is lap 11. Or 12, or 13, or 14. Depends on your point of view. Only one of the previous ones had the no text patch. This is in fact meant to be quite grating, and it is. I can barely make out the numbers of the health. I might lighten it up just a hair if this actually becomes painful. I think it's fine. Hey now, Wedge. This very reminiscent of The Nightmare Before Christmas. Yes, this is Jack Skellington right here. What's this? What's this? There's madness everywhere. What's this? There's red things on the screen. Ah, good job, Biggs. Good job, Wedge. Good job. Ah, good level up. Right, let's just continue on. This must be it. Oh, save point. We better stop here. Good to drop a save. Yeah, let's just save over here. Looks perfectly fine. Could change the text color. Lighten it up just a bit. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Oh, maybe if we go white on the text color. Let's go. Let's look. What if the font itself? What if we went white for the? Oh, that's black. The other way. Oh, there we go. We brighten this up. Yeah, now we're talking. Well, there'll be plenty of game to adjust it. So far, this is actually quite readable as yellow. I don't know if it really green would go full Christmas. So here with this boss, they just want to show at ATB things keep moving and happening when you're not playing. So what they do, they send this shell out, and the monster's not even poking out of the shell. They just throw a claymore in front of you and expect you to kind of walk into it. If you poke the shell, you die. The save point's right behind you. It's haha, that's an ATB. But when it pokes its head out, you just, pour a little salt on it and it goes away. Thank you for the tutorial. Because it's the ATB boss. It's your tutorial. You don't need to be here any longer than you need to be. Here, you may now continue on with the game once you have established that you understand how ATB works. I'm thinking maybe we switch to green. Yeah, we were told there's an Esper in this mine. Somewhere, and so I guess this is the Esper? This chicken encased in ice? Better not take it out of the mountains, it might thaw, and then who knows. They're waking up here. Why is everything submerged in grape juice? Yeah, let's just grab this elixir. You know what, I'm thinking we go full Christmas. I think I will switch this out eventually to, the green. Or we go back to red, just go with a lighter red instead of a blood red. Can't remember a thing. Whoa. Who am I? What am I? I'm in a haze. And, we gotta pick the best name for her, so. My name is Human. And so, yeah, let's go ahead and... That's right. Human, you must leave. Over this way. And, yeah, so... Anyway, so I have a new game for you here today. We've got Brave New World. It's a mod of Final Fantasy VI that is like 99% perfect. It's really worth the playthrough, especially if you haven't really played this game too much, or if you played it a lot and you just really see all the things that it could be. So, yeah, it's a really neat game, and they took... most of the problems that still end up stemming from Brave New World actually stem from just the design of the game in general, and you can't do too much to fix that. It's not on the modders or the hackers. It's the developers who made the game. So here we are, the magical, destructive thing, magic and all. Hey Voodoo's, how are you going, buddy? And so yeah, we're just gonna. It's been a while since I've had the camera on, because, the multi-tap stream of the last few weeks of playing beating that where everyone multiplayered this game. So now I'm gonna play it more casually, kind of do things my way. And good to hear, Deuce. I saw you playing Fallout New Vegas before. I'm sorry I wasn't around to watch. I had a lot of tech stuff to take care of today. Hope that went well. I never got into the Fallout games. There's a lot to it. They're very big games, and I can't imagine anyone doing something that complex. So here we have our Magitech soldiers. They're staking out the city, discussing their orders, their quest here to go to this town and find this possibly still alive Esper encased in ice. Work for me is really good. I'm actually on vacation as of this next week. I don't go in again until Friday, and that's just for paperwork. So, it's gonna be good. I'm gonna be here a lot. Gonna be having a good time. And we have a game to play, so it's really good. People are finally starting to get, back to things are starting to get back to normal. People are having a good time. And usually I like to watch the Magitech soldiers here tromp through the snow, but I think I'll just go ahead and let it just move ahead. We have things to do here. So first thing to do, always, let's go ahead and set up the config here. Master speed, short window, no distractor bar. We don't need that. Memory on. Press the B button to walk. I want to auto dash, please and thank you. You know what? Blue looks good to me. I like blue. That's pretty good. And yeah, just walk through here and off we go. Oh no, side attack. That's fine. Yeah, just a little blue, a little sad. It's fine. Those water attacks. That was something that I had hypothesized. It would be funny is if when Mog is dancing, eventually at some point you'll get a small bear and he's a elemental, like a geomancer kind of berserker thing going on. He can change the background. And what if each background had a different mechanic to it? What if being on the plains in the sunlight gave you, restored you? Or what if being underwater gave you all condemned? As you're simulate, you're drowning. That's probably not the best thing, but it's there. To make the water moves really powerful, but you don't want to stay under there for too long. You want to swap out. Add a lot of really in-depth mechanics to this. The mountains make wind attacks more powerful since you're up higher. I don't know. Spitball in there. So here's the intro of the game. You're just kind of sleepwalking your way through in your big Magitech F-off machines. Stomping and tromping and trampling over the local militia and their trained bears. Mammoths, bears, elephants. Oh my. And our way is just go find us a bird. Possible Esper. Meanwhile, my cat is fast asleep over there in a box on the couch. Now, if you have Wedge and Biggs run from earlier fights, so that gets all experience, she could have fire by now, which would decimate this encounter, but it's fine. Especially if you think about putting them in the back row, and thankfully, first pass through this game today, I remember to put them in the back row, so they're taking significantly less damage than they would otherwise. But all in all, it doesn't really matter. You have free, absolutely ludicrously powered heals. You're getting the hang of the controls themselves. It's all good. It's normal. Everyone's having a good time. Gonna shoot down a mammoth. It keeps trampling after us. We keep just blasting it away. This opening scene could be really, really well done if it was, remade. Give us that FF6 remake once they're finished making all that money from 7. Oh, hey, good job, Wedge. Good job, Biggs. Good job, huh? Hey, you learn stuff. Go ahead and head on down. This appears to be the mine place. From what I've seen of the Pixel remaster, it looks terrible, and they're probably not going to fix anything in the gameplay. But I'm just really nostalgic for the way this looks, and I just want this, but done right. So I'm like, save first slot, first game, first slot. There's nothing wrong with that. And your robot, you can't fit in the little holes to the right, so don't bother. There are encounters here. Are there encounters here? I don't think there are encounters. Probably not. It's a lot of money because you can only I think you have to buy the whole bundle at once. Anyway, so the local boss of the area is they're gonna throw a snail at us, and the snail is not even out of his shell. It's just you poke the shell and he'll blow up and kill you. So don't do that. I briefly looked at the thing for it and went, man, Why would you do that? You could still just do it normal. Play the games normally and properly and Eddie. So, you know, you wait. It wants to teach you about an active time battle system. So you just don't do anything. Waiting is sometimes a better option. So you wait for a moment, the snail comes out, you pour a little salt on it, it goes away. And let's go get us a frozen chicken. If it was on Switch, you'd pay £50 for it. I'm assuming that symbol is pounds. I'm not great with... I am not a well-traveled person or a particularly cultured person. That is pounds, sweet. That's probably something like 250 American dollars, I don't know. But pound is more than $1, I believe. It's been a long time. So here we found our objective, the frozen chicken. $70. You would pay something. You would pay that kind of money for that. You know, to be able to play this on the Switch, I suppose that would be helpful if you weren't into you know console gaming on PC. The only thing I have on my Switch is Breath of the Wild, Smash Bros, and Stardew Valley. I have Stardew Valley on the computer. At one point, it was on sale, so I wanted to play Stardew Valley when I was out and about. You need a comfortable chair is what you need. Yeah, let's just head over here and rob this man of his elixir. That's mine now. See ya. Oh no, can't leave. Man, where am I? Two hours played. Man, see, that's the problem. I either spend my entire day at work in front of this computer or in the workout zone, which is, you know, just the treadmill and the subsequent area next to it where all the weights are. Mysterious young woman. Yes, that's a good... Terra? Terra's a good name. I like Terra. That's fine. We'll just call her Terra. And she was recovering quite quickly. 100 hours of Mass Effect 2. I just put Mass Effect on my wish list on Steam because it looks pretty cool and I've heard a lot of good things about Mass Effect. So as soon as it goes on a sale, I'm definitely picking it up. All right, let's go. Terra has places to be. See ya. Now make sure Terra's in the back row. Yes, she is. Okay, good. Mass Effect 2 is a solid game. I forget which one I actually wishlisted, so we'll see whenever it gets on sale. Here we have some gigantic effing rats. Wow. These things would be horrifying. This is why the miners wear protective gear. The only thing I know about Mass Effect is that it's kind of Star Trek-ish. Or Star Wars-ish. But you can Captain Kirk a babe. I remember that much. That's gonna drop a save. Well, having a good time. Moving along. No reason to skip these. No reason to skip these chests. They're not different later. While the encounters are not brutal, they put just enough pressure on you to make sure you're paying attention, engaging in mechanics. Encounters unfold. The enemies fold very quickly. As long as you figure out what they want of you and then just do it. Now, if I recall correctly, these miners, they're working in the mines. They are wearing protective equipment. They are resistant to fire. But they're not resistant to the other element that Terra here has. Knife. He is a bit dodgy. It is interesting that... Okay, so anyway. So, the Terra here was saved by this old man after the frozen chicken encounter, so... She needs to get out of here because they certainly recognize her from having just ran through the town, so need to make sure she gets out of here without it. Legendary Edition 3. Oh, okay, so in which case I'm going to get them all and play through them all. So I had the right idea. I like it. Are the games long? I know they're big games, but are they long? There's some gigantic rats. 20-25 per game? That's not bad at all. As someone who's used to RPGs, that's a pretty short game. And another save point. Let's go ahead and drop one of those. And there's no reason to avoid these boxes. They don't change later. That was a stupid mechanic. One of those things that they put in just to sell strategy guides. Rats are very flammable. Please, consult your doctor. You find yourself equally as flammable. It is interesting that once we get back to, once we solve our issues with Narshe, and we come back through the mines, that the local miners, the workers, we're still picking fights with them. That's kind of mean. And it seems someone has figured out what's going on here. Just want to keep yourself top dog. Good, good. Gained a level. Good for you. Good job, Terra. If someone wishes to venture a guess in chat there, what they feel is happening here, we've just been having a good time is what we're doing. Just another day, another Brave New World. This typically yellow screen is enhanced by the brown color tint. Poor recruit. This is what it's like to live in a lemon. Although it doesn't, can't even tell that there is a color tint on the screen at this point. You live in a lemon. As in, like, all your walls are painted yellow? Or you like literal SpongeBob SquarePants, but instead of a pineapple, you've got a lemon. Suppose that would be a very fine smelling house, since most cleaning supplies are lemon scented? Got brown here, so you live in a lemon above the sea. Alright, robbing, plundering. You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like crime. What that sounds like. Sounds like crime. Anyway. That Moogle loves crime. Hey, Anooksook, how you doing? Yeah, I was hoping someone would hop into the voice chat and tell me what they think is going on here. But what's going on is that Crime here is chasing after this Imperial soldier. And for whatever reason, they all feel like she's worth saving. What unholy mess have I cooked up now? That's just a casual run, I know what you're talking about. We're just playing Brave New World. I've done so many gimmicks. We've done no equipment, we've done no text, we've done party randomizer, we've done no levels. We've gone super fast. Yeah, I think it's time I just get a turn to just relax. You know what? We don't usually do this, but yeah, let's strip down the small bear. I feel like we're gonna need the money. And whoa, chap. Whoop. Oh, I missed my opportunity for the quick skip. So yeah, let's fight our way through. Crime, lead your small bears to victory. What are you guys wearing? It's fine. Whatever you're wearing is working. Because you can't just call him a thief. His other crime is murder. Burglary is very minor compared to the other half of the Mug command. You call it a thief glove, but a thief just robbed somebody. While the other half of that command, that is just straight the murder club. Murder club. Glove. Good to see some combat. Coup peck, coup pop, coup mama. What I would like to see is I would like to see the to force engagement with these encounters, change up the path of all the guards here. All the mammoths, and later at the Kefka and Narsine, change the pathing up, so I'm not tempted to just walk right to Kefka. Sir? Captain? Good. Stopped Kupek. This way Crime can do his signature move. Crime. Watch out, there's no ordinary captain. Yeah, coup pop. Oppa Gangnam style, let's go. Morning star to the face. Shiv him. That's right. Well, because you get the rename card here, and then it properly ends the fight, so you can't use it on one of the small bears. That's good. That's smart. Thanks, small bears. We're in your debt. Only Moogles mod. I would love a true shuffler that actually just shuffles which characters you get when. So like instead of Terra walking through Magitech, it could be Umaro piloting Magitech, and then Edgar comes to his rescue here. And the King of Figaro would be in fact Gao, the small feral child. Roaming the plains of the Velt's realm. She ran away from home in a rebellious phase. The King's Spear does not discriminate. Nothing like a teddy bear to get everything going. Well, I've never played this mod before, so let's head inside. There's free stuff here, let's go. Hold on. Drink the brew. Then we fight it. No, watch out. It's a trap! Inside, someone stuffed this dinosaur inside a box. Oh, cat left. What? Now Cat's just sitting there crying. What do you want? You just want attention. Maine Coons just want to... Apparently that's the thing, like, Maine Coons, sometimes they just want to be heard. They want to be acknowledged. I actually like the touch here that you keep the crime lead the way. You keep the music going. My doors are forever unlocked. I do not lock my doors. If someone wishes to break into my house and draw the ire of my dog and my sword, then they're welcome to try. So here, his best plan, we're just gonna head to the castle at the desert. In the desert. Just, you know, beating up a few stray animals along the way. Don't tell PETA. There was 131 bucks in those animals. I'd imagine it's more like you get 131 bucks for that amount of people anyway. So these soldiers, they're here coming after Terra, so we need to get her out of here before the soldiers, who are very upset about the Magitech armor in their streets, before they do really mean things to her. Let's make sure you're in the back row. You're in the back row. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna get her out of here. Everyone will be fine. Everything's great. Certainly, nothing shall befall Terra here. So we have a bunch of rats with gigantic mouths. Really fat rats too. They got quite a belly on them. I can't begrudge them that. I used to have a really big belly on me. I've been working on that pretty hard these last... What month is it? 7 months now. Beginning of the year, I was sitting 240, 248. I wrote it down somewhere, and I'm now down to 212. So work hard, get rewarded. Beat up some local miners. They're doing their job, and I'm just coming up here, up in their house. Oh, thank you. The exercise part is great. The food diary part, less than great. It's where it really works, because if you say to yourself, man, I could really go for a snack, but then you look at yourself and go, it's really not going to be worth writing Doritos in my notebook, so I'm just not going to eat the Doritos. I usually pretty much still eat whatever I want. I just eat more reasonable portions. Like, down the street from my office is this pizzeria that sells a really cheap tuna sub, but it's gargantuan. So I'll usually eat half for lunch on Wednesday and the other half on lunch for Thursday. If I do get something like Taco Bell, I'm gonna eat 2 tacos. Instead of what I used to, instead of, I don't know, the 6 chalupas that I want to down. I'm assuming that they do have Taco Bells across the pond, right? I had a friend of mine trying to get me to go with them to a Mexican restaurant. Hey, say baby. And I was just like, I don't understand the appeal of a Mexican restaurant. It's all the same food as Taco Bell, but way more expensive. There's no Taco Bell in Ireland? Wow. Hey baby, you're back for another day, another brave new world. Taco Bell's not that popular in Europe. I mean, if you have Chinese, then you pretty much already have Taco Bell. It's just rice and meat wrapped up in bread. It's pretty much all the same thing. I don't know. I've been to one. I went to like this Don Pablo's place and I got tacos and it was crazy expensive for the tacos and it tasted no different than Taco Bell. Another day, another brave new world, another. Any place that has unreasonably spicy stuff. Ah, see, I avoid spice like the plague. Half a packet of mild on my Taco Bell, thank you. Cat has left, so I can now move my screen back a little bit more this way. There we go. Being in Texas, Mexican food is amazing. That makes sense in Cheesy, since, you know, you are right there. Making your own tacos, that would be pretty great. Since here we have, oh yeah, here we have Locke here. Locke, he's our crime boy. Fajitas, or some people like enchiladas. Hey man, Taco Bell Chinese food, yeah. It's meat, it's rice, it smells funny. It's all the same food. Like this girl at work, she brought me an enchilada from Chipotle. And it was okay. It was spicy. Chipotle. It was kind of spicy, but it tasted all right, and it was worth the price of Chipotle. It was worth the price of admission, you know, free. I don't need any help. I think I got this. Chipotle. Like, there was this one back in Virginia where I'm from called Cadaba or something. I never went there, but it was funny looking. Tend to pay for it a little later on. Yeah, it's kind of like Long John Silver's in that aspect. I've never eaten at Long John Silver's and been like, man, that was a good idea. It's usually like, it's good driving food. Like, it's good to eat when you're driving. Sushi's Mexican food, yeah. You got strange meats, you got rice, it tastes funny. It's all the same. Ethnic food is ethnic food. Only America slaps a slab of meat on the counter and be like, that's done. That's enough. It's rice and meat. Oh, I have good Chinese food here. It's like super cheap too. In fact, that's what I had for dinner tonight. I had chicken and broccoli from this place called Szechuan Royale. Probably not saying that right either, but do they have Chinese food out there, Faye? Oh, looks like this team's not getting the rename card. Good homemade taco seasoning. Edamame beans. Alright, no rename card, that's fine, and no one needs renaming. Who renames people? Just leave them as they are, it's fine. Everyone's good the way they are. So let's take the chat. The chat behind the names? The chat is behind the names. Okay. Never mind that. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, there's no crime. I mean, I don't know why anyone would say that of him. I mean, we have not seen him steal anything. something shady with this run. I don't know. This is just a general run. I get to slightly creeping onto the screen. I feel like that adds a little character. Just a normal run. Yeah, I guess this team is. I'm just gonna focus on my favorite characters on this run here. This team's gonna be mostly Team Gao. Cyan's gonna lead the crew of Gao, and I think Locke and maybe even Shadow. Maybe Shadow. Never gotten to see. I haven't seen a magical realm. You're coming here? She was always your face. They with her green hair. Hazy face. Yeah, hazy attitude. And some rude man stuffed this dinosaur in a box. Rattle it up, open it up in the general direction of who you don't like. And the very rattle, like a cat. You just shake the cat a little bit. Oh, the cat lay down on the other side of the couch. There is a third cushion further that way, where cat is currently laying. And dog is laying at the cat's feet. Like, at the foot of the couch. They might make their way back over towards the camera. Move the entire couch. Oswald, come over here. What's in this box? Bees! Dozens of bees! The Cat Camp channel point reward. The problem is I can't do one of those because the animals have their own free will. I mean, I don't have the biggest house, but like there's other rooms that way, there's other rooms that ways. My only dance. If I had a smaller house, then I'd be able to secure the animal would stick around. But here at 8:12 p.m., animals are very much in their resting place for some time. I could acquire a dog for a short time. We'll wait until he gets up. No point in waking him. 1 in the morning. You're a night owl. So here we're just heading down to Figaro, and All right, we're heading down to Figaro. Now we're Crime here is beating up on some manta rays in the desert. Wait until your clothes are done drying. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Gorilla playing in a pool. Oh no. Hot tub stream of a gorilla? What? Like at a zoo? The Nooks, look, I don't know what you're talking about. We got Crime Team here. The whole Crime Team, we're gonna be focusing on like the others, gonna be using like basically everyone else. Let's see what the plan is to use like Gao and Mog together, Terra and Sabin. Floating Continent plan is to take Mog, Realm, and Strago. You know, just a weird I want to do the weird groups here. You know, despite being a king, they don't sell too much. They're just ham and bird shavings. Oh, a clip of a gorilla. That is adorable. I love it. I actually want to watch that. I'm sure it's on YouTube. Thoughts on beef jerky? I like Slim Jim, but I've never really had a beef jerky that I enjoyed because it's really harsh on my teeth. And yeah, just Edgar's fine. Edgar's a good name for the king. Alright, see ya. You're an Imperial soldier. So, wonder how often these two guards have to hear him give this speech. Also a hot tub stream with Uncle Iroh in a hot tub. I'm assuming Uncle Iroh is not your uncle. Kind of like Study Girl, but with Iroh. Ira? Iroh. Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, here he goes again. I always forget the trigger for this. Yeah, so talk to the lady. Yeah. Uncle Iroh is the uncle from Prince Zuko? You know what? I'm surprised you don't change those texts, because otherwise it's just have fun looking around. How long Jilly mentions the king. Just the running gag of the spear. And, crime run here. Yeah, we're still on crime. Uncle Iroh is... It's a character from Avatar: The Last Airbender. I don't know what that is. I just watched Avatar for the first time a couple weeks ago, actually. Blue people, possession and, mind changing. It was interesting. Finding out how old the movie was actually kind of nice, because it looked really good for how old it was. Wait, the guards are women? These are canonically women? That is not something I've ever picked up on here. Oh, this is an animated show. Is this not about the same thing? There's a Godzilla anime? I just watched the Jack Black King Kong. Actually the same day I watched Avatar. And that was actually a dang good movie. It was so long, but it was a really good movie. An American show, it looks like anime. Avatar, this show. Just recently got into, I just finished watching actually all of Lucifer on Netflix. And that's a really good show. Solid respect. That is high praise. More girls in here than grains of sand out there. Edgar, your castle's not that big. Take her to her room, crime. Follow me, you follow me! I wander around this castle. Nothing like the comic. But that's actually the workout routine that Tom Ellis, the main character who plays Lucifer, uses. The routine that I've been following to lose all this weight. The Greek God Program. I don't like the name, but it leaves me sore. The old man you met in Narshe is one of us. Member of this crime syndicate. Godzilla anime as well. BTB, if you want to hop in the chat, you certainly can. It is open to anyone. You said elixirs to heal most bad statuses, not all. Yeah, but elixirs are not farmable, where snake oil is. So why would the rarer thing not be as good as the farmable thing? It's a DC comic.
Probably up in here.
Howdy.
And now I'm like 10 seconds in the future.
Another day, another brave new world.
Yeah, yeah. I started watching like right as you started, and you were sitting there pretending like, oh, this is gonna be a normal stream, totally normal, nothing different here. And I'm like, dude, you explained the gimmick to me earlier. I'm still not 100% sure what the hell you're doing here.
So, what does it look like is happening to you?
It looks like from the best of my abilities is, well, right now you're just playing a normal game. At some point, and I have not witnessed this because I just came back, it's going to swap out to a different game that is either just paused or still ongoing right now, and that's a part I'm not sure about.
So what we have going on here is there are 2 Magitech soldiers punching us from behind. We dismounted off our birds to fight them. That is really actually kind of neat that you could run from this fight if you so desired and didn't want the experience.
That was something I kind of... So, can't run is a function of the enemy, not of the formation. And that's why you have certain enemies in the original game you couldn't run from because they had appeared as kind of event fights. But then that meant anytime you run into them any other time in the game, you couldn't run from them, like ninjas. And it was a big problem on the Veldt, like you couldn't run from these things on the Veldt, so I decided to just say screw it. If you want to run from them, go ahead and run, I don't care.
Alright. I like it. No, I like it. I found that out by accident.
Yeah. At Elite River, 2 of the 3 enemies there are rageable, so the one that isn't has the can't run flag set, but the other 2 don't.
Oh, so if you knock that one out, you could then run away.
Right.
Which isn't as big of a deal because you could just turn experience off if you were trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot bigger of a deal back before we had acquiesced to add the no experience option.
That's a lot of cash for this fight too, so it's worth doing. So what we have here is we have Crime and his brown tinted background game.
Hold on a second, I appear to be getting a call.
It's not me. Crime loves it. That was great. We murdered those men. Oh, it's Faye. Faye wants in on the... If someone wants to... Faye, you want in on the call? I'm sure someone could drop a link for the Discord for you. We have Crime in his brown tinted, slightly brown tinted game. Makes it a little bit easier to tell these apart. His wood background. No mic, okay. You'd have to shout very loudly. Now heading to South Figaro, across the mountain range, across the small mountain path. None. We're not using my Discord right now. We're using the we are using the Brave New World Discord because that's where the pros are, and the developer of the game, who's actually taking a phone call right now, but he's here. Oh, and now we got over here on in this world. I feel like that was. That's right. So what we're gonna do, what the pros are doing, is just we're taking this every ordinary, regular human, and we're escaping Narshe. So I think. So Faye recommended going more Christmas. Now we're talking. Yeah, full Christmas. Here in the cursed land of the human. Human is not bothered by these working men. Human will simply slaughter these working men. Cut them wide open. Human, please. Good human. And the humans drop ham, so you know
God, everything's horrible.
everything's
Sorry,
fine.
I'm back now.
Hey, chat, if the audio balance gets off, let me know.
Sorry. So what does the transition look like? Since I happen to be looking away.
No, there's no transition. It just goes.
Okay.
So here we have a human and her cursed background. Although we've gone more Christmassy. Say would like to think that. Gonna drop a say. Get rid of the blood colors. That was really hard to read. Lightening up the text really helps this.
This is a Letha special right here.
Yes, this is the Letha special that I learned of in the multi-tap run. Except I've taken the red text and made it legible, as to not hurt my eyes when deciding when to heal.
You have a strange definition of legible.
The yellow looked better, but I'm already Crime has like the yellow brown already like locked down, so we'll keep human with the cursed ones going here. And yeah, I accidentally left on the distractor bar. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. We don't need more moving parts on the cursed background.
Yeah, I'm glad you said something because Bropedio had been wanting to do something with that, feature there, or with that now unused option. So it was a good thing to replace it with.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a toggle means it's a beautiful thing, actually.
Yeah, the fact that it's optional makes it good. If it weren't, it would be kind of annoying.
Like, Team AFK would actually like that having on. Like, if you had,
that having on.
Yeah, like that having on. Like, having that on.
Mm-hmm.
I've been really hyped for this all day. This took me literal hours to set up.
Oh, I can imagine.
So what we have here is an emulator new to me, which is why it's a little stutter. I haven't quite gotten the options down yet to maximize. Oh, this looks great under Nightmare rules here. We're using BizHawk, and we have more than 2 runs of Brave New World happening. So what BizHawk is doing, it's shuffling randomly every 10 to 12 minutes between one of the 4 games.
And the ones that aren't being played are effectively paused, am I right?
They're being the way this is working is they're essentially being save stated.
Okay.
So it's dropping a state it drops a state when it's done. When it switches, it just opens the state of the other it randomly jumped to.
And like, how abrupt is the transition? Like it
completely. It's just go.
You could be in the middle of doing something, and like all of a sudden,
exactly,
you're putting in a blitz, and the next thing you know, you're going somewhere else.
Exactly. And so in 10, 12, 40, 70 minutes later, I'll come back and be mid blitz. And Locke's a good name for him. Alright, take care, Faye. You could set things up to have interactions, but that I'd imagine that'd be very tricky. I'm choosing to do this between 4 identical games. I just copied and made 4 different Brave New Worlds and patched all of them. And set this up. You could do this across different cores. Like you could, because BizHawk is like RetroArch, you can play anything. I could set up to be playing Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't think you could be doing 7 on an SNES emulator.
BizHawk can also do PS1.
Okay.
The only downside to capturing that is that it would then change the resolution of the screen each time.
Yeah, that would be a mess.
That'd be a nightmare to try to capture unless I like went full screen and just did them all like that, and then it's still stretched. And I debated doing like actual gimmicks for each of the 4 runs, but instead I have a notepad open with all the builds I'm doing and the teams I'm going to be using in each one. So each one's going to be specializing in a different team and doing my best to not copy a build. So we're gonna so I get to try out every flavor of every character, except for Shadow.
Yeah, I think that's really a good gimmick, at least for a first time doing this, is just build every character totally differently and try to cover every possible build.
So, for example, for Crime, he's going in on his on his actual like named one, he's gonna go full speed. Locke in this run, on the Cursed run, will be going HP MP. Just full health, full magic, full utility. On the second one, that is Gray, he'll be going straight Vigor. And so on and so forth. It's been a while since I've used a Vigor Cyan, so that I'm looking forward to seeing that again. My very first run did a Vigor Cyan. And he breaks the damage cap with Tempest.
I gotta say, I was damn impressed with Stamina Science showing last night.
Oh, he's beefy. If he had the Force armor on, he wouldn't have been dropping like he was.
I mean, I kind of envisioned it being a toss-up between the Mutsu no Kami and the Masamune, you know, kind of for the final weapon for Stamina Cyan. Because, you know, you're either going to focus on counterattacks or proccing, but it seems to me that most players tend to want to go toward the Mutsu no Kami.
Well, we did the Mutsu no Kami with the black belt and just covered both ends.
Yeah.
Get the occasional counterattack into damage cap wind slash for the entire second tier, dropping.
I suppose the Masamune would be the better choice for like a counter cover setup.
Yeah, or just punch Cyan. This way he could just spare a relic for the black belt.
Okay, having the stream up is getting like very, very confusing because I'm seeing you talk like 10 seconds ago.
I guess I could share my screen, I suppose.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm just almost ready to cover up your webcam with something. Just. Oh yeah, the thing that I came in here to talk about. So I set elixirs to lift most bad stats instead of all. That was just the decision I made when I set them up. I could set them to cure all instead of most. I think that's just the kind of thing I'd pose before the BIB, and because I have no strong feeling one way or the other.
This is my thought process. Is the item that can do that is farmable, while the finite number of amazing items the elixir, that should be able to do everything everyone else can as well, since you only get like what, 11 of those, 12 of those.
See, my thought process is the item that can cure all is hidden, and I kind of went out of my way to make sure that the stuff you can only get through crime is unique. You know, things you can't really find anywhere else. And while, you know, elixir is actually curing everything as opposed to most things, would kind of make sense. At the same time, it kind of takes something away from the snake oil that makes it special.
Well, snake oil also heals a couple things that that I would imagine elixir wouldn't, like the phantasm and the oh my god, this person just talks and talks.
It's not phantasm. So the difference between most and all
freeze
is that most does not include frozen, condemned, sap, or zombie. Those are the four. The only thing that will cure those four are snake oil or starlet.
Yeah, I've never made great use of summoning Vespers, and well, this looks familiar. All right, and so we're just heading on our way down to the desert.
Letha would be so proud.
I can lower BTV. There we go.
And I look away for 1 second, I turn back, and everything's changed.
Everything's fine. This is we're down to we're back to the favorite run. We got what will be Team Gao here. Pick up some ham, and how's it going, T. Sullivan? Definitely want to pick up some tools. Well, Edgar won't get too much showing. Mount Colts is dangerous enough. I'm good. Another day, another brave new world. We got some things going on here. Let's look at like laps 11, 12, 13, and 14. I guess I could reveal these guys now that we haven't found their signature name yet, but yeah, we'll get to there. For those who are dying to know why there's so much empty space and where is the Moogle gone? Don't worry, he's here. Still gotta finish your first playthrough, but you're feeling pretty lazy. Man, I just came off the multi-tap and I was dying to get started with the next one.
Your first playthrough of Brave New World, or?
There. Oh yeah. Lord, need to get everyone into this world of Brave New World. No one waste your money on the Pixel Remaster.
Yes. So, everyone's talking about it. It's like, shut up. I don't mind the bitching about it. It's the bitching about it and then subsequently going out and buying it. That's what bothers me.
I guess the one upside would be having all the games there in one thing, but you know what? All 6 of those games are split among 2 emulators, or 1, if you have like RetroArch or BizHawk that just does it all.
I have very limited experience with BizHawk, so I can't really say. I mostly use RetroPie, which is a front end. Well, yeah, front end for RetroArch.
For the Pixel Remaster, from what I've seen from pictures, T. Sullivan, is they just took the graphics and made them worse, and they're re-sticking it out, republishing it for more cash. It's it seems like a very lazy cash grab.
I mean, it is a cash grab. I mean, that's obvious. But I mean, they're doing what they have learned will get people's attention. You know, in the early days, it was just tossing on some half-assed bonus content. Like, if you remember the PlayStation release, it was a straight-up port. It wasn't even a port. It was actually running on an SNES emulator. That's why the load times are so bad. It was literally emulating a Super Nintendo on the PlayStation. But we bought it because, oh look, there's some CGI, little cutscenes we can unlock.
To be fair, as a kid, I loved those cutscenes.
Yeah, so did I.
I'm particularly fond of seeing Setzer against the IAF, throwing cards and blowing things up from afar on his airship.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just looking back on it now, and it's like that's realizing that's all the PlayStation version had to offer. And then what it took back in return was the game slowed down to a snail's pace because of all the load times.
Yeah, which, you know, is only really terrible in retrospect because, you know, children have all the time in the world. They don't care about that.
Yeah, and I realized like I had so much more patience as a kid than I do now.
Because that was our life. Like even in college, when I started doing my initial challenge runs of Final Fantasy VI, my freshman year of college, when I discovered an emulator, and discovered you could beat the game with no equipment, no magic, never leveling, level 6, because Final Fantasy 6, so you start at 6.
The game that I look back on now and I really wonder how I had any patience at all for it as a kid was the Seventh Saga.
Still need to play any one of those.
The seventh. Okay, there's only one saga. It's the seventh.
Well, there you go.
Not the seventh game in the saga series. It's literally called the Seventh Saga.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
they got me on that.
it was an Enix RPG for the Super Nintendo. Came out about 93, I think.
Now you've got my
The
attention.
Seventh Saga is the Sinkizi is saying, it did all everything it did was either very well done, something that no other game manages to do well, or just straight up garbage.
So
There's
Brave
like
New
no
World.
in between.
So like Final
It-
Fantasy
it-
6.
Yeah. It's incredibly polarizing because it does a lot good and a lot very, very bad, and it's hard to play and separate the two. Because the only thing you're going to be focusing on is how hard the game is.
And Cheesy never got to the good parts.
I mean, if you want to be perfectly honest, there is no quote good parts. It's just a continually brutal gauntlet that if you don't know any better, and odds are you won't, the only way you're going to know how to get past it is to just grind and grind and grind.
Which is probably why Squaresoft decided to take its RPGs and go the opposite direction and make them super easy baby mode.
Would you say, Ben?
Like 6 and 7, 8, they're all super, super easy games, probably because of things like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
They're in
The
this
Seventh
world, the auto crossbow was
Saga-
first.
It was the kind of the last. It was, I don't know. It was a game that made you think. It was a game that I appreciated the fact that even random battles actually, you had to turn on your brain and, figure out what you were doing. Otherwise, it would kill you.
Now I'm even getting more interested in this as it goes along. I did like the Enix games. The early ones were really good. Like
So-
one, Dragon Warrior was very, very fond of. I am of it.
If you were to sum up the Seventh Saga in any one word, it's hard. It is well known for its difficulty, and that kind of eclipses any other aspect of the game for most people, because that's all they can think about. And most people generally aren't able to get too far in it because of that. There is... If you've ever played I Want to Be the Guy, it has real difficulty and it has bullshit difficulty. There's
I
both
want
of
to
them.
be the guy.
I Want to Be the Guy, yeah.
That's
So,
a great. That's the actual name of the game.
Yeah, I Want to Be the Guy.
That's an awesome name for a game.
It's a sort of a fan game, where kind of in the wake of Kaizo style ROM hacks, it's a difficulty as comedy sort of game where you play through the game, and when you try to do what seems to be the obvious thing, it kills you. So the solution is the most backwards, unobvious thing you can imagine. And people like to call it bullshit. I'm like, well, not really, because it kills you a couple of times on purpose and laughs at you, but there's real difficulty there too. Once you figure out the actual solution, it's still a difficult game, but people have a hard time separating those two. if there's any degree of actual bullshit difficulty in a game, they're not really going to be able to see the genuine difficulty. And that's the problem the Seventh Saga has.
That's fascinating. I was kind of when you said the name of the game, like I want to be the guy. It almost sounds like the kind of game that it sounds almost like a. Like what came to mind was like an RPG where you're not the protagonist, but you see him doing stuff and you're trying to be like that.
Nah, yeah, I want to be the guy as more of a platformer
Oh,
with
okay.
slight Metroidvania influence.
All right, so gray team managed to make it into the cave, and meanwhile in Nightmare Land, we got in the Rainbow Sprinkle dimension where
Okay, yeah, that is really abrupt.
yep, it's just okay. But enough about that. Now we're over here. I don't know what you're talking about, T. Sullivan. We were just playing Brave New World. Here we are, fighting some ravens. Here with Human and Locke. And we're on our way to South Figaro. We're on our way to Figaro. We're on our way to Figaro Castle. We're running away from Narshe. Gonna go get some backup.
So, you messaged me this morning, and like the first thing you said was, "I think I have an addiction. I think I have a problem." And I'm not sure how I feel as the person who has basically supplied you with your addiction.
This came out. I discovered this January of last year. And
January of last year is when 2.0 was released. Yeah.
And this is this is Elapse 11 through 15 of some halfway elaborate gimmicks.
So I'm trying to remember what all gimmicks you've done, because I was actually telling somebody about you earlier. I say, yeah, Dan's new blood around here. This guy left before you showed up. And you've done a low-level game. You've done a Scrooge run where you didn't buy anything.
No, that I have not done one of those.
You have not done a Scrooge run.
No, that Mish was doing that while I was doing the low-level run. I did the level 3 run. I think my first few laps were speed runs. We did the low-level speed runs using different teams. The No Pants, the Team AFK.
You remember No Pants and Team AFK, yeah.
And
I thought you'd done pretty much every gimmick run that we'd thought of up until this point. So it's interesting to see that there's still one you have that you can go back to in case you run out of ideas.
Yes, I debated touching those up on this. I feel like this is going to be, because I have the cycles sent. So for anyone just joining us, this is Brave New World, and there are 4 different games of Brave New World being randomly shuffled every 10 to 12 minutes. So I feel like that's just long enough to really get in the groove before being ripped away. And I base that around the average boss battle length time. So like, if I were to swap over, I could do a boss fight in probably the time allotted. But the odds of that is not happening. So up above we have 4 small bears doing a dance.
It's gonna be really, really funny is when you get to like the final battle, because there's no way you can do the final battle within that time frame.
Correct. So that's going to be swapped back and forth multiple times across whatever the other 3 games are doing. Oh, I also did the run, the 2 controller, 2 game, 1 controller run.
Yeah, that was another one I mentioned to him.
That was 2 different emulators taking background inputs with 1 controller controlling them both. And one side with 2 different gimmicks, which is going to be, is Blue Bear and Gray Bear up above. those were the two gimmick runs there. The team I prefer of Gao and Cyan, and then the sadly best team of Classic Returners. It's just hard to beat out Kung Fu and Decaying Spear.
Yeah.
No matter what you do to Cyan or Gao, they just don't have the staying and damage abilities of the brothers.
But, like I said earlier, I think that what you have set up here is actually... I like the way it is, because you can, between 4 games, just do every possible build for every character.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has more than 4 builds, so...
Yeah, I mean, most characters have probably, I'd say about 3.
Yeah, 3 on average.
Few of them. Probably only a few really have 4 distinct setups.
Which means I'm going to try out... Because I thought of this. I was laying in bed after one of the... laying in bed after one of the multi-tap streams, thinking, how are you guys using Celes to any help? And having one person dedicated to pure support, I feel is kind of boring. But then I looked at how she was being built, being pulled in between everyone who was playing her, and realized she has 4 distinct builds. And I'm gonna try them all out. Edgar can go. He can be a punchy boy, jumping and with his spear, or you attacking with his tools, or you can be a more magical boy if you wanted to go with the rod or the sword procs. And that's usually the way I like to go, because speed is also on top of that.
Celes is something you have to take into account is that everybody in our community are people who are very familiar with the game, and as such, generally tend to go more toward, the extremes rather than, kind of evenly building characters out. They'll usually just go full in on one direction or the other because we're experienced enough to know how to work around the deficiencies that's going to create. Celes's whole point is that she's above average in all territories, but she's not going to be the best. So her strength is that she doesn't really have any major flaws, so she's a good fit anywhere. But to somebody, like you, who's very well versed in challenge runs and just knows the extremes of what all these characters are about, you're going to look at Celes and see, well, I have X other character that can do this better, but they've got so many other weaknesses, though, there that Celes doesn't.
And I'm going to try all 4 of them out. I have a Vigor Stamina for one team, a Magic for another, a Magic Speed for another, and a Pure Health one. So I'm going to try out all 4 of these to see which way it goes. And T. Sullivan, that depends on the tool. The physical ones want Strength, Flash, and Bioblaster want Magic.
Flash, Bioblaster, and the Mana Battery, and the Defib are all Magic. And then the Auto Crossbow, Drill, and Chainsaw are Vigor. Edgar can either go... in the end game, if you just want a lot of damage, Dragooning is the way to go.
I mean, BTB here, controlling Edgar, won us Kefka last night.
Yeah. I was actually pretty impressed with Edgar, too, because I've always seen his damage output as kind of lackluster, but he was clearing out. 5 to 10,000
damage on Final Kefka per round. Is there a point to use Drill over Chainsaw? Chainsaw can try to auto-kill, and many things are immune to it, which is a wasted turn, and Drill sets Sap.
That's half true. The wasted turn thing is true in vanilla, but it's not true here
anymore. Okay. I've just never used the chainsaw, so...
The chainsaw just comes a lot later, so... once you get it, then you still want to use the drill to set sap, but the drill is otherwise outclassed by the chainsaw then.
Oh, does Chainsaw not try to do auto kill, or will it only try it if they're vulnerable?
It will still do if you get the animation with the hockey mask, that's an attempt at an auto kill.
Okay,
But
so
it still does damage even though it's trying to auto kill as well. It won't just replace the damage.
oh great, even better.
That's one of the very earlier changes we made in Brave New World, actually.
One of those things that I just never thought about trying, so it never happened on stream, which is how I played this. Edgar has a hidden machismo stat that affects his tool. You can raise it by talking to female NPCs.
God. Yeah, in the original game, tools were very front-loaded. You would get most of them very soon. In particular, you got the drill and the chainsaw right back to back, and it was pointless because it's like, well, one of these is going to be useless now, and it's probably the drill.
The chainsaw was the clock puzzle answer, right? Or chest?
Yes.
Okay. It's been so long now since it has been almost coming up on 15 laps of me ever having touched vanilla, so.
I have not only, vanilla, but, X number of old Brave New World versions stuck in my head, so a lot of times I'll say things that are wrong just because I'm thinking of an older version of the Brave New World. And I've, forgotten a lot of, like what was in the original game. Like, hard leather, I forget what it was actually called in the original game.
And, so now that fight's done, Crime is going to take his team through the South Figaro Cave.
Deja vu, the sensation of doing something you've done before.
And because it's completely random, it could even randomly swap with itself. So the random numbers completely decide where, which teams get to go.
So when it swaps with itself, is there any noticeable interruption in the game, or
it hasn't happened yet, but it should cut out and cut back in.
Okay.
Because there is a frame it takes to drop the state and then load the new one. It's a pretty neat Lua program going on.
Same thing with Misai, baby, and it's happening now with Heroes of Might and Magic 3. I'm forgetting already what original settings were in the game because they're things I've either fixed or threw in the trash or whatever.
And making my own RPG on the side, sometimes I think about things and be like, yes, I can do that. Wait, no. That is how I envision it happening, so that's what I put in my game. The number of times I've dropped holy water to cure condemned. Because that's a mechanic in the one I'm making. Note, the blue team has only gone once.
Yeah, about to say, I don't even see the labels for the blue and gray team on there yet.
Yeah, they haven't reached their each one's gonna have a named person to give them a team leader. We've met Crime, we've met Human, we have two others. They just haven't made their way onto the screen yet. Eventually they will. I just kept the bears and all that hidden until someone figured out the gimmick here. Which I think Zufan got it first, if I'm saying that right.
Hi there. Sorry, Cassie just came downstairs and she's wearing my Iron Maiden shirt. And also my pants, from the looks of it.
You have Iron Maiden pants?
No, they're just regular pants. She's just wearing my clothes.
Let's say that's pretty cool. You got initiated an interest in a Brave New World when you read BTB's devlog. Yeah.
Cybaby and I go way back. The infancy of Brave New World was just a bunch of posts on the GameFAQs forums. And Cybaby is somebody that I interacted with, and as he said, you know, kind of one of the people that saw the ideas I had and seemed to enjoy them enough to hop on board and give us a hand. So that's how a lot of our coders kind of ended up associated with us, as they apparently thought enough of the project that they wanted to hop on board and help us out.
Huh. I first heard of Brave New World from a friend of mine who was full aware of my speedrunning and challenge running Vanilla 6 and said, hey, there's this mod that sounds really freaking awesome and 2.0's coming out soon. And he linked it to me, and I sat around waiting for like 2 months, and then it dropped.
It's weird. Like, even now, even this far in, thinking that I've been a part of making something that has influenced so many people is still a little unreal to me.
It's a beautiful thing.
So, Cybaby, you actually contributed before that. There have been a number of outside coders who all, at some point in the development cycle, were like my go-to person other than Sinkizi. Because the pattern I have is that, you know, when I find a good coder, I'll bleed them dry. I will I will squeeze everything I can out of them until they're so burnt out. You know, in the early days, obviously, I had, you know, Sinkizi was the only one I had, and then Think was the first really big outside developer to jump in and start giving us a hand with things. And then DN, you know him, showed up and started doing things. And then Cybaby, and now Bropedio just
came flashing into the scene.
Yeah. And now we've got Sir Newton. It's like, God.
Who? It was entirely Fig in like a week who managed to put together the multi-tap.
Yep. But that guy I was telling you about before, the one that left before you showed up, I'd mentioned Think was the first real outside hacker that became involved with Brave New World, and I think really the first big pitch to us was the NATB system that he made.
The NATB, like the overhaul to the
yes
active weight system.
Correct. And I think a guy named Nakar, who you may have seen because he started popping back up in the server lately, and then a third guy named Funnyman, who was a huge fan of Brave New World in its early days, and those three were essentially the original Bad Idea Brigade. Before the Bad Idea Brigade was a thing, and before No Way Hardtype was a thing, they actually made, back in 1.4, their own version of Brave New World. A mod of the mod with all of the various ideas that they had that they wanted to get implemented. Some of them did, some of them didn't. But it was basically kind of like their auditions. Like, here, look, you know, here's all the changes and the ideas we have. You know, please include these in Brave New World.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, my mod has a mod. How weird is that?
It does, and it's someday I'll get to that too.
Who was it? It was Juhan, and he's playing through NHT right now, and he keeps saying the phrase "Vanilla Brave New World," and he's like, "God, that sounds weird."
Prime has managed to gain that level and is gonna rest up at the cabin before heading up Mount Colts. So I'm assuming just people get busy and that's why they come and go, or they start working. They get so experienced doing this, they move on to their own projects.
And the car is, kind of always been a little private. Funny Man. Funny Man, I was actually worried that we'd run him off because Funny Man is a very deeply religious fellow, and to the point where I often wondered why he deigned to associate with godless heathens like us. So when he stopped coming around, I'm like, oh man, we finally pushed him away. But he messaged me this morning, and just to let me know that he's alive and well, and I actually excited to try 2.0. I'm like, I'm glad to hear from you. I'm glad that you're doing okay, and to hear that, we didn't piss you off or anything. You just had other things that were preventing you from coming around.
Well, that's always good news.
Yeah. Because he was, so Funny Man's major contribution, whether he would be happy about this or not, is Clean New World. Clean New World was written for him. He wanted to play the game with his little sister, but being the kind of guy he was, he certainly wasn't going to show...
with the rake and all.
Oh no, Brave New World used to be a lot worse. In its very early days, the script was written kind of piecemeal. I didn't just sit down and do it all in one sitting. We kind of took it, a little bit at a time, and when you do that, you kind of tend to lose sight of the big picture.
Oh, okay.
And the end result is a script where we didn't realize how much goddamn fucking swearing was in this shitting piece of fuck until we just did a text dump and Control F fuck. And I'm like, oh, alright.
And then you realize you hard moded the language and then dialed it back.
Well, and, we tried to write it a little more realistically, but the problem is when you do it in piecemeal fashion and every scene exists in a vacuum, you don't realize that in the bigger picture you have, gone a little overboard. And in the early days, that was by far the biggest complaint about Brave New World. Everyone loved the gameplay and all that, but the script drove them nuts. And
I can see that.
So with the release of 1.3, which is actually one of the biggest updates we'd had it was the biggest update we had up until that point. We voluntarily dialed way back on the swearing, but we also put out that clean patch, and a lot of people think that we'd kind of done it to spite the people who complained about it. I said, no, this was not created out of spite. This was done as a thank you to Funny Man.
Oh.
And as for the, main script, even outside of it, we think that it ended up being a huge improvement because... That's okay, babe.
Now we're over here.
We ended up thinking it was a huge improvement. Like with Kefka. And this was the big thing. We deliberately made sure that he doesn't swear until that scene in the floating continent. But when he does, it actually ends up having more impact because he hasn't just been Andrew Dice Clay up until that point.
Yeah, because it makes... there's a lot of really good references throughout Brave New World and a lot of really good things to the script that keeps the nostalgia of like the Woosleyisms and keeps the feeling of the script still in play.
Right.
I mean, you can't do much about like the one scene that's completely out of character for Kefka without like completely rewriting it. The entire Kefka solos all of the Espers at once randomly, and then goes right back to his covert style. Right.
That one. Yeah.
That was we're shipping tomorrow. Let's just patch together. We knew where we were. We knew where we were going. Let's just throw together something. We'll fix it later. Oh crap, we never did.
The scene I was the least proud of, as in just outright ashamed of, was Celis in the floating continent. And so the EL system, which is kind of a cornerstone change of Brave New World.
Yeah, I would definitely call it the core mechanic.
Yeah, the ELs weren't a thing until I think about 1.5. The stats were still there, but you still had to equip them, and we hadn't really counted out the experience system quite yet. So we had removed level averaging because, you didn't want empty levels. Obviously, you didn't want Esperless levels. But Sella still had to solo most of the early World of Runes, so I had to force some experience down her throat, but I had to do it in a way that gave her gave her levels with whatever Esper she had on. So rather than doing it through re-averaging, I wrote that scene at the end of the Floating Continent, so that if she was underleveled, she would get 10,000 experience from that fight.
Ah.
So that's why that fight exists. Once the EL system came on board, it was an artifact of our early development that didn't need to be there, but it had kind of just become an important thing. But that's also the same update where we added Leo's Crest.
So then it showed off the move.
Yeah, so now we pivoted it to be kind of like a preview of that move.
And the only thing confusing from that is... The only thing I could see being confusing of that is that's also when the Imperial appears in your inventory, just so she has a sword from the cutscene. Yes. And I could see that being really confusing as to, did that give you shock? Why isn't it working now?
Yeah, a lot of players are confused about that. And just as much as I see a lot of players going like, well, it's Leo's sword, I'm like, Kefka said, he hands it to you, he's like, this is the sword I killed Leo with. It's not Leo's sword, it's Kefka's.
Yeah. I guess you could throw in text like it's just a sword.
Just a sword. Just a. Oh God, what did Sinkizi say? He's like a hunk of sword-shaped metal or something like that. But yeah, however he described it, kind of made me laugh at the time.
Don't worry, wait. These runs will diverge fairly quickly once we get past the opening leg. Once we get to where the game, or another game would start. Once we get to Kefka at Narshe.
Yeah, I agree, Baby. Adding just a sword would make the issue worse. I ran into that when Deshane was doing his vanilla patch. And there was one line he wanted to change, and I told him no. I said, no, I'm not changing that. And there's a reason I'm not changing that. At the base of the Fanatics Tower, there is a thief that says, secret passage? No, there's none here. You're thinking of the original game. And he's like, no, that's too fourth wall breaking. I'm like, anything you try to write is going to make it seem like there is a secret passage there. You have to just come out and swing the hammer on this one and say, no, it is gone.
Makes sense.
And I'm aware that, you have to be a little blunt, but it's just like Baby is saying right there. If you try to hide it, you're just gonna make things worse. And yeah, Leo's Crest was a lot of fun, and the reason it ended up being like a secret was kind of interesting too, because that wasn't the original intention.
I mean, it's not so much a secret because all the clues are there, and it's really well put together, using that play on words for ghosts.
Yeah. Well, it coincided with I like to document everything. You've seen my README, and the Unlock Me too. Like, I try to keep everything, even the stuff that I don't want to tell the player, written down. And then part of the bonus content is you get to see all of my hidden documentation. But it started bothering me that I'm telling the player everything. There's no secrets in this game, so I wanted to start adding Easter eggs. Which, by the way, is a mystery egg.
You decided to choose an actual egg.
Yeah. Around that time was when we decided to put Shock in the game and Leo's Crest. And I looked at the print me and I realized I could not elegantly add another relic to it. Like, I cannot redesign this to put another relic in here. There's just no way around it. Fuck it. It's gonna be a secret. It's gonna be a hidden item that I refuse to acknowledge. It's not even mentioned anywhere in the Unlock Me.
It's not?
No, it's not.
Huh.
Like, if you look at any of my documentation, I pretend it does not exist. It's not in the BNWCP. And as a matter of fact, in the Brave New World BNWCP, not control panel, it's the character planner. If you want to get Shock to show up in the damage calculator, you have to put a mystery egg on Zealous.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Many game decisions have been vetoed on the basis that PCB didn't want to redesign the Britney.
Cybaby is not far off. It ended up working, because, again, I'm happy with the decision to make it a secret. It's one of Brave New World's more well-known secrets, but especially with...
A blind player would still be able to figure it out by noticing you still have the cider in your pocket.
Well, I mean, that was true even in vanilla. The catch is whether or not you think to go and talk to the merchant at the beginning of the World of Ruin. Because you have to have Celes in your party, so if you don't think to talk to him the first go around, it becomes a lot less likely that if they do decide to talk to him later, Celes will be with them. Once you have Leo's spirits, then it becomes a little bit more...
Wait, Locke, no.
Obvious.
Never mind. Only if it lives.
But... And it's especially because there's so much fan wink surrounding General Leo, I'm really happy that that's not a change we really advertised that much. Yeah, and like Senkizi said, it was a pretty overt Chrono Trigger reference, so if you've played that before, you kind of know what to do with the stuff.
Chrono Trigger. It's been ages.
Remember Toma's pop? I'm gonna go pour it on his grave.
I mean, I'm familiar with the phenomena of pouring one out for the homie.
Yeah, there's that too.
Select is having a time. It's not letting me, That's a Bismarck issue going on right now.
But yeah, I'm happy that it's something we really chose not to advertise. Though, if anything, I really don't like Leo, and if you've seen the box art that we made for Brave New Worlds, one of the screenshots I chose for the back was Leo's grave.
It's nice. I like that.
An ass like that. I mean, on one hand, it's me being a jerk because I'm, for anyone unfamiliar with the original game, I'm spoiling the death of a major character. But I'm also kind of doing the Hideo Kojima thing, where I'm putting a big clue to one of the game's hidden secrets on the back of the damn box.
The code is on the back of the box. What?
Back of the CD case.
Back of the CD case.
CD case, what the fuck?
Like, oh no, I rented this game. It's not in the original box. What do I do?
Kojima is a fucking genius.
Kojima clearly wanted to make movies, and no one would give him a budget for that.
Well,
so he
that.
made video games instead.
Kojima understands that a big part of making a video game is getting inside the player's head. If you can understand the player, then you understand what the player will do. If you can understand what the player will do, then you can design your game around that. And
then he has ideas like Quiet.
We don't talk about that. That's what happens when his genius isn't kept in check. In fact, that's the kind of crap I would probably come up with if I didn't have people like Senkizi keeping my bad ideas from really reaching fruition.
Because you get good ideas, like 3, like most of 3, like almost all of 3.
Oh, 3 was great.
And I've been to space and bees and so much good in 3. Having to push the button at the very end to actually continue the scene.
2 was a goddamn train wreck, but 3 was great.
2 seemed like, we made a lot of money on 1, and okay, here in crime is...
Well,
we're back to crime.
Okay. 2, from my understanding, was made under protest. Kojima did not want to keep making Metal Gear Solid games, but Konami kept him locked up in the basement, and they'd come down there and they'd tell him to make more games. He'd say no. They'd say, make more Metal Gear Solid or we'll shoot this puppy. He said no, so they shoot the puppy. 10 or so puppies later, he finally agrees.
It's like, fine, but you know, the person that you loved in Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid, he's not the main character of this one. Wait, what?
Boy, it sucks to work for Konami. You start out working as the guy who shoots the puppy.
And apparently that must be Johnny.
Yeah.
Gives him awful heartburn, nausea, diarrhea, indigestion, upset stomach. Pepto-Bismol.
But Kojima knows what he's doing, and he's kind of like Seth MacFarlane, where he's brilliant, but he needs to be kept in check, because if he's not, he's just gonna make garbage. And the takeaway there, it's when I was designing Brave New World, whenever I'm designing anything, I'll look at it and I'll kind of put myself in the mind of the player, and I'll think, what's the player going to do here? Because if I can answer that question, then I know what I need to design.
You're also in the you have an advantage over the people of yore because you have Twitch, and I guess Hitbox used to be there to give you some of these answers.
And that's why I've always said Twitch is a godsend. And I'll watch and I'll get player feedback, but what a lot of people I'm watching don't realize is that I'm not watching for what they think I'm watching for. You know, they think that, I just want to hear them, hear what they have to say or what they think about the game. No, that's not what I'm looking at, dude. I am just looking to see how you play. I'm looking how you respond to certain things. I'm looking to see if you notice certain things. And every time something annoys you or pisses you off, I ask myself, well, was that valid? Like, does this player deserve to be pissed off right now, or is this one on me?
And then sometimes you answer your own questions, like last night.
Yeah. Or there have been times I've watched people play and I've noticed like boss scripts were broken because they weren't doing the attack they were supposed to do, and like players aren't going to notice that.
Oh.
So.
Anything like that recently?
The most recent one I think was Chesticle was not doing the appropriate counterattack if you hit the shell. So that got fixed.
Oh. Because like when you're testing it, are you just throwing it together, and do you actually play test it yourself as you're going along?
No. I have not play tested my own shit in a very long time. I'm actually allergic to it. I will go out of my way to get someone else to test things, and psychologically, it's difficult to... What? Sorry, Cassie was talking to me. Don't be quiet, babe, you're fine. The thing is, it's weird to explain why, because it's such a dumb thing. Like, why can't I just load up a game and test my own thing? And because it's two states of mind. There's testing my changes, and there's actually designing things. And switching gears from one to the other is a very difficult thing for me to do. I can stay in one mindset, but the process of actually moving over to another one is like a huge task for me, so I try not to do it if I don't have to.
Actually, that's fascinating.
Yeah. Which, as Sinkizi pointed out, that means he was my primary tester for a lot of things. And I remember I'd leave him alpha builds when we worked back to back, and I'd show up, 12 hours later to relieve him, and there would just be this notepad full of notes, and most of it would just be bitching. Yeah. It's like, too many counterattacks. Why the hell is everything counterattacking me? What the fuck? You think counterattacks are bad now? Play a freaking alpha build of the game. I promise you, Synchese is the reason why Brave New World is much more fair than it otherwise would have been. Because a lot of game designers start off with the same mentality DN has. If you ever seen DN talk about, how he'd design a game?
No.
The guy's a fucking sadist. He's just, he wants things to be as brutal and as trolly as possible. And to some degree, that's how everyone starts off when they design games. That's the mindset. Just look at any Mario Maker game, level out there. And Synchese beat that out of me. He, over the course of our early development, just consistently beat that design mentality out of my head until I got to a spot now where I still want to figure out what the player is going to do, but it's stupid to punish them for doing what makes the most sense,
That sounds like a very tricky line to balance.
It is. Sorry, I feel like I've taken over and just turned this into a dev commentary stream.
Oh no, I mean, we're watching the same thing happen 2 times, really. We haven't seen Blue Team since Narshe, so... This is actually perfect. This is the relaxing retrospective of the last 10 laps of this game.
And I was trying to do the same thing, but what it boils down to is that I want to be made to think. I want to kind of look at, I have so many options available, and I want to think about which one I have to pick rather than picking the obvious one. And that means there kind of has to be drawbacks and advantages to each choice. What makes this really difficult for me, the designer of an RPG, is that I'm designing it, so I know what the answer is. So I'm trying to make it as convoluted and complex as possible because I can see the script in front of me.
Right.
And it took me a while to kind of get out of that mentality and into the mentality of like a player who's like not going to be able to figure any of this shit out.
Well, you managed to make enough of it coherent that people are able to play through it and see the mechanics, engage with the mechanics, or start crying on game facts that they don't understand the mechanics.
2.0 was a huge turning point, because I rewrote every enemy script from scratch at the very beginning of Brave New World's development. And then over time, I would just tweak individual scripts as needed. But for 2.0, it was another total overhaul. And there were 2 streamers that were pretty damn important. CFB and a guy named I Am Jack Bryant. Both of them very intelligent people. And both of them very vocal about their thought process. And like right now, what you're doing right here, they would be, playing through some enemies at Mount Colt, and they're thinking out loud what they're doing in their approach. And that made me realize, okay, anything these guys can't figure out, that's on me. Any part of the AI design that is obtuse to even them is something I have to change. And so 2.0 overhauled a lot of enemy conditionals, and the counterattacks became the melee counters instead of before it was they were counterattacking specific commands. And now it's just, okay, you're either counterattacking melee or not at all.
Oh, so like they would counterattack tools or only Bushido.
And that got confusing fast. And now it's the don't touch it rule, as I have been calling it lately.
It makes sense, like the plants, you fall into them. It's
exactly.
along the same idea of like the holes in the sandworm fight in 5. If you attack the hole, it counterattacks with gravity because you're falling in.
Right. And the other thing I did was every enemy has like a conditional, something that changes their AI. But before it was the standard template was they would have a regular script that was usually about 2 rounds and a maybe 1 in 3 chance of using a strong attack.
Hey, we're back in Nourish.
And when the conditional got tripped, then they would just have a higher likelihood of using that attack. And now it's a lot more obvious. Like, enemies with strong attacks often don't even use them unless that is very blue.
Yes. Here is classic Final Fantasy VI, classic Returners team. The dice have rolled such that in almost 2.5 hours, this has seen one turn.
It's hilarious.
And like even here, your design choices, even this early on, they show that the rats weak to fire, the miners who are following OSHA standards and are wearing protective equipment resistant to fire, but not resistant to your other move of metal.
Yeah.
Swung at ye face.
Initial showings are important, though. I mean, you have to show right off the bat what your intentions are. And yeah, one of them is weak to fire, and one of them is weak to physical attacks. It's not complicated, but it does send a message that, oh, look, different attacks are going to be... same reason, like when you get Realm now. Every enemy on Esper Mountain specifically is coded to have like the best possible sketch attack. Everything up there does a really good sketch.
About sending a message. I don't know if you caught my thinking out loud earlier that another way to make Realm more sketch Realm more competitive with Rod Realm would be if you could would it be possible at all to code making sketch free targeting and giving the players a sketch that she could use in case the enemy only sketches lightning and they're weak to it, they absorb it.
You mean make the resulting attack player targetable instead of auto-targeting?
No, like if Realm's in a party with Edgar and she sketches Edgar, she then flashes the enemy. For example, because that would just be a joke thing you do.
Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
No, that's exactly what I meant. And so, like, you sketch Kung Fu Man and you get a mantra or something, which wouldn't do much from Realm, but it's there. Sketch human for a fire 2.
On some level, that's probably workable. I mean, I'd have to think about how to approach it. The question is more whether that's something that's worth doing or not, because the entire point of her, the entire point of her character is that she's supposed to be using the enemy's attacks against her, so thematically sketching your own party members would be counter to that. And that means that very early on, when she has no offensive options, I have to make sure every enemy she can possibly encounter is going to be at least marginally useful to sketch.
Which you did do a lot of by like removing a lot of the physical attacks and making her sketching worthless like it used to be.
Yeah, and a lot of times physical attacks are there because the enemies don't really have other attacks that they'd use. And
in which case, that's when you would sketch Strago to get the old man breath.
Making every enemy have some useful sketch, that would be a bit too much, but making sure that at least there are no formations that have nothing but enemies with garbage sketches.
It was a time where I was just thinking out loud and going, what would it take to make brushes competitive with rods? Whether
Honestly, I
magical
think
or fart rod.
I think brushes are already pretty competitive. I mean, look at how much people love the damn healing shiv, and that's what they are.
Yeah, but that the healing shiv is great because Shadow has nothing else to do.
That's, I mean, that's Realm for the first half of the game until she gets Bahamut. She's got nothing else to do, so she can be a free healer.
Yeah.
And it's fitting because Realm is Shadow's daughter, so
Yeah, there you go.
why not?
They can both stand in the corner together. Helpfully
But, I
shaking
mean,
their
it is
allies.
interesting though, because I can sit here and I can tell you, it's like, no, it's the same thing. Or I can sit here and think, well, why is that? Why do players see these two things as different even though they're the same? They love the healing shiv. It's an option. They see it as an awesome option for Shadow or Locke. But when I take another character who similarly doesn't have anything else to do and I give her the exact same weapon, why don't they recognize that it's the same thing? And one potential answer I would have for that is that the healing shiv is a hidden item. It's something that you have to crime off somebody, so it's this cool new thing. Realm comes with a paintbrush. It's just her default equipment, so it's not exciting.
I mean, if you crime the brush and all the other brushes did no healing, just the statuses, and then a separate one was the healing one, I'm sure that would also get the same. Like how would that change the dynamic of the brush if you just made it a? Can a weapon be 100% proc rate?
I'm sure that would be a relatively trivial thing to code.
So like if brushes were just swing one set status instead of the heal, but then have another brush that does the heal to differentiate it.
I'm sure it. I'm sure that would get the message across, but the point is, I like I like the setup as it is. I think brushes as a whole are pretty useful because of that.
And I got to see a lot more of that in this run, the last run when other people were playing Realm before she went the stamina build.
They saw me doing it with Gogo too. I mean,
Yeah.
the entire fight with Ashura, I was either swinging a paintbrush at myself or Edgar, or peeling Edgar up off the ground.
Zulov, who spent all three goddesses uncontrolled.
That was a that was a mess.
Raikona, I don't know what you're talking about. This is just another game of Brave New World. Everything's the same. There might be a little tint going on. The standard classic returners.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Yuhan calls it grapes. Are grapes blue? I thought grapes were purple.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell you live that grapes are blue, but I'm pretty sure those are blueberries.
This team, finally 18 minutes in, can drop their first save outside of Narsh.
Okay, you're Canadian too?
Like you said earlier, Final Fantasy VI is real big in Canada.
It's a David Hasselhoff in Germany thing. I don't know. But
So the condors on Mount Colts that use Gale Cut.
Yeah.
That's on a timer?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's on a global timer. The reason they're set up that way is because if I left it up to any kind of chance, then it would be possible for them to all start spamming it, and that would be bad.
Yes, because it is already like 3/4 to 5/6 of people's health at that point.
Yeah, that is a hard prevention to where it will get used once, but then that resets the global timer, and then nobody else can use it again until the timer reaches back to where it's at.
Okay, like the anemones and discharge.
And that kind of creates the basic setup for just the combat AI in Brave New World. You've got weaker enemies that tend to appear in larger numbers that
They'll be very threatening if they manage to get their footing.
Right. They're not too threatening on their own, but if you leave them alive for too long, then you get that timed attack. And then you have bigger enemies that become more dangerous either if they're left alone or if they've been damaged. So either you do an AoE and you'll probably kill the weaker enemies, but you'll leave the big one alive and it becomes dangerous. Or you take out the big one, but that means the smaller ones will be left alive long enough to do their timed attack. And that's the basic idea.
And we've arrived. Okay, now finishing Figo Castle. So what made me think of naming her as such is a screenshot-worthy moment coming up.
Oh god.
Now that we're back to the Letha special. Human and her group here. Human, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Magic's gonna be the key to winning this war. I don't know, it just comes natural to me. But no human is born with the powers you have.
Did you do that just for that one joke?
Maybe. And you know the joke of in the Esper world when Maduin decides to name her human, or Madonna decides to name her human. Human, you want to understand your own powers, right?
Oh god.
Please, human, come with us. As a regular, ordinary human.
So what does everyone think about my idea to turn Terra into a vodka mommy?
I like it. She's, at the end, in the end game, where Maduin is telling her that she's found a reason to live, and apparently it's alcohol.
Exactly.
Yeah, you naming Edgar Gerard, so nothing changes later.
I always pronounced it Jared.
I've never seen that name before, so child me was very confused on a lot of these names.
I've seen Gerard, I've not seen Jared, or Gerard.
It feels like Woolsey left off a letter there, but I know he's just going for the anagram.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
I'm not Jared, I'm Jared. Eat fresh.
So part of me wants to see if there's a better anagram I could make out of Edgar. A-R-G... I'm Argid! There we go.
Raged. I'm raged.
Hey, there it is. Even better.
So, Raikona, what's going on here, if you haven't noticed, is there are four different games of Brave New World being randomly shuffled every 10 to 12 minutes.
Oh man. It's still so weird to see you like talking 10 seconds ago in the stream.
Every single one of these, yes, their screens are tinted per game to go with their respective leader. This the human run here, the nightmare run, is going to be Team Wizards. That is their gimmick. Whenever possible, they will select the wizardy people and or the ones not being used elsewhere. Turns out, for some of the early games changes, it's actually kind of difficult to come up with 4 completely different parties. But I think I managed to do it. There's only so many combinations, so... And
Yeah.
every single team is going to build someone differently than the other ones. So this one, Human is going to focus on stamina, Crime on pure health, Edgar is going Vigor Speed. This is going to be Dragoon Edgar. I haven't actually done that yet with the Lance. Sabin's going Vigor.
4 characters that like only have like 2 builds.
I just kind of like swap back and forth, except for Gao, since Gao can do a speed physical or a speed magical, so he'll get 1 stamina lap and then 3 speeds, but built a little differently.
Or you could do like one kind of even build where you don't really focus too hard in one direction or the other.
I guess I could do that.
Are you gonna like write this down somewhere, or like have some kind of reference for who's being built what in each? Because I imagine.
Yeah, I have a notepad. Oh, I have 2 notepads open on my next to the emulator. One with all the builds, and one with the party formations and the Letha special.
I feel like that would be a good thing to like make available to anybody watching, so we could kind of keep up with you.
Oh yeah, sure. I can definitely do that. Right,
Because I mean,
I'd have to like do like a Dropbox then, because I don't think I'd be able to fit all that on the screen.
Yeah, you would just make it a link or something, and then, I mean, we can tag it. We can like pin it in the Discord server or something.
Yeah. Just go ahead, just drag those over. They're both sitting right here on the desktop, so let's just 1 and 2. Drop both of those right over here. And there, it's in the Discord, the notepad.
Alrighty. I will pin them up here.
I'm cheap. We'll take the free heal first.
I really wish we could organize pin. What's up, babe? Oh, I thought you said something.
And then, because this is what I spent my whole day doing today, was thinking about this and writing down, like planning out who's going where when. One of the harder ones was Strago, because Strago only has 1 build.
Really?
You gave him Osmos. He doesn't need mana. He has Raid. He doesn't need mana. Just pure magic. So I'll figure something out with him later. This team somehow ended up with a lot more money than all the others.
Strago technically has 2 builds. He's either got magic or stamina, and the idea was that for magic, you would kind of balance out Shiva and Zone Seek, whereas stamina would balance between Odin and Carbuncle. That was the intention, anyway.
That makes sense. Like, I guess since Odin is stamina based, stamina sets Strago, bleh, could summon Odin at the start of every fight and then recharge here and there with Osmos. While swinging because he can equip the Fart Rod too, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, the Fart Rod, though, was it's something I put in kind of begrudgingly, because people kept complaining about how the stamina builds for Strago and Realm were not particularly useful.
They're kind of lackluster, yeah.
Take Strago into any, late game boss fight, and he can spend an entire fight doing nothing but running support. Between, setting Refract, Shield, doing Holy Wind, Double Shell.
Oh yeah, so the stamina would be really helpful for staying alive.
Yeah, the stamina
so he
is
can do his thing.
There for defense. It's not just about, avoiding statuses, but if you get, and this is something I doubled down on for 2.0, if you get like a heavy stamina Strago, his regen ticks will be like a quarter of his max HP.
Oh yeah. Yes, Raikona, we finished the 4-player Brave New World last night. On the second attempt at the final gauntlet.
Our first attempt, you mean?
The first attempt went really well.
First attempt was going well until you assholes killed me.
Until Double Meteor killed us through Re-Rise.
Yeah. I still don't know what to think about that.
And then the team without Re-Rise survived. With 2 panic buttons, managed to survive Goner into Double Meteor. The best part was that BTB was there for the finale.
I was glad that I was able to be there for it, even though I wasn't expecting to be. I thought I was gonna kind of hop in, do Kaiser, and then, go spend the rest of the evening with my girlfriend. I love you, babe. I love you. Because I'm sitting here talking about how I thought I was just going to be playing for half an hour yesterday, and instead I ended up playing, for 4 hours.
See, the max stamina Fartrog CNC, that's how I like to build Realm. So I guess the stamina Strago is going to be when Realm goes magical.
Talking about very early development things, once upon a time, instead of Strago, Realm was the one who had a +2 magic Esper. Because,
And then that would make Flare really good. And Sketch really good.
That could be broken at all. Because, I think instead of Shoat, Starlet was +2 magic. So I realized very quickly that was just insane, because Sinkizi was just pumping magic levels into her, and she was just blowing up everything with Meteor.
And we're back to Crimeland. The fact that it's randomly swapping is the best, because it's going to get them very far apart.
Yeah, it's actually, you could almost place bets on which one ends up being the first one to finish.
Even with each team having their own gimmick, it's still if the game decides to even let them fight. You in the back row. You take the sword for evade.
I'm curious to see just how disparate these runs are going to get. Like, how much of a gap is there going to end up being between them all?
And the first, I would imagine the second one, the gray one, their main named character is a little ways in, but the blue team should be there by now. The other two are. Crime and Human are, but they're right before naming him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that this little project of ours has managed to captivate the hearts and minds of so many people.
That's a good word for it. Captivate.
And especially that 4-player run, I really feel like it helped bring the community together.
I really hope so, because there was only one day where we just could not get enough people to get up in. Otherwise, having a complement of 3 people at all aside from myself at all times, that's a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. And it's I mean, I am not much of a challenge gamer myself, but I really think that people like you who are kind of doing these wacky ass runs you do a lot to keep the community fresh and alive.
And it's only possible because of the way the game has been made that it's possible to even consider doing this stuff.
I design games very much with replayability in mind, and that's one of the reasons that I was really so hesitant earlier on to put in the EL respec option, because I felt that would kind of take away from the replayability.
I'm glad you did, though, because all of the ELs are not available from the start. It's a very polite thing to put the respec in later, because otherwise, the best, unless you want to do a stamina gout, he's stuck with only stamina until far into the game, or he's stuck with nothing.
I was eventually talked into it. I would say, looking at it now, probably my only complaint about it as it exists is you get someone like Locke, and Kirin just feels like too much of a no-brainer early on, like, because that plus 30 HP is just so much more meaningful early on that you probably want that more than any of his other choices, whereas later on, it's just kind of outdone by Phoenix, because Kirin Locke is dumb. But I think Kirin on Locke is probably the only sticking point I have with the system overall, so not too bad.
Not too bad.
Maybe also Seraph on Zealous. It feels like Crusader is probably a better choice, but she doesn't have any other MP options, so.
She is given Runic for the enemies that do use Chroma magic. She's there. She can be helpful.
Right, of all the abilities in the game, obviously I have to keep what the player can do in mind at all times when I'm designing things, but there are some that are a little more pervasive in terms of I have to constantly keep this in mind when I'm designing everything, is Runic. That is the one that, like, every set of enemies, every area I'm designing, is I have to just keep that in the back of my head. It's like, okay, so need something here that can be a Runic, some place where Runic can be useful, but I can't have just enemies that you can completely, or nothing but enemies you could totally shut down with it. And every boss script, I had to... 1/3 was the balance I usually shot for. Runic should work on about 1/3 of any attack the boss can use. Any more, and it ends up being a little too nice. Any less, and, well, some enemies go less. It really depends on the boss.
And it also ends up wrapping back around to also planning around Reflect strategies.
Reflect is something I had much less in mind when I was designing everything. Reflect was just kind of there, and it was just that status that I know some players would use, but I knew it was pretty unpopular, and I'm glad that I've seen people do some crazy shit with Reflect strats. The only problem I have with that being that the Reflect spell itself doesn't use too much. Generally, if you see Reflect strats, they're using the Reflect ring.
Or Refract.
Or Refract, yeah.
That's because the people with Reflect usually have better things to be doing.
Though, in all fairness, Strago gets X magic, so he can double Reflect, so...
Although it was really nice seeing all those people playing as Celis, using her single target buffs and what have you.
That too. Just something I did whenever I played, back when I actually did play through the game. I would always go for what I felt were the underappreciated strats, or the underappreciated characters, or spells, or items, or anything, because the only other player I had for the longest time was Sinkizi, and he, had his favorites, and he usually just went for the obvious stuff. So, like Stamina Cyan. Stamina Cyan was in a garbage place for the longest time, and the only reason he got to a decent place is because I kept playing him and I kept tweaking him until he was actually useful.
And he ends up quite useful.
Yeah.
Even at the low levels we were at.
That might be another complaint I have probably about the EL reset system, is that playing Cyan becomes a lot more one note, because you want to go Stamina Cyan early on and Vigor Cyan later on. That's just, it seems too much of the obvious call.
Yeah,
Early on, Vigor Cyan can't keep up.
Yeah. He
But
just doesn't have the raw power yet.
I am happy to see, like what we were playing yesterday, I think that Stamina Cyan ended up giving a very solid and impressive showing in the final battle. So
Yeah.
that much made me happy.
A couple things that I love. I forget who found it, but that chunk of ham and the beautiful speech after it.
That was me.
That was you. Someone responding that they read that in my voice, because that's. I feel like that's something I would have written if I had your skill of writing.
Oh, thank you.
You're a damn good writer. In fact, you should routinely pitch your blog there in the chat.
My 20 games, 20 lessons article that I shamelessly ripped off from Mark Rosewater.
But you wrote it better.
No, Mark Rosewater's was an actual speech, not a blog entry. But it's what inspired it anyway.
Baketshian says, "When's your next post?"
You know, I have like a whole bunch of ideas that I've started up, and the problem is I've just been so busy working on Heroes 3 that when I get in developer mode like that, the writing takes a backseat.
Oh, and we're over here now.
Also, hi, Baketshian.
Here in the Nightmare Dimension. Wrestling Kung Fu Man on the mountain.
I can always tell when the transition's about to take place because the stream's like 10 seconds behind actually talking to you.
That lovely cutout.
Ah, there it goes. Yeah, that is really abrupt.
I love it.
But yeah, the next thing, also following up that one article is going to be hard, because I think that's probably one of the better ones I've written. The one that I want to write, and I've been thinking about it for a while, is, if you're at all familiar with Magic the Gathering, there are 3 player personality archetypes that its designers have in mind. And they've given them the names Timmy, Johnny, and Spike.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this at all?
No. I played Magic the Gathering for about 3 months in middle school, and then I moved on.
So Timmy is the kind of kid that just wants to get the big creatures out. You know, he doesn't care that, you know, his strategies are usually suboptimal and that he tends to get his ass kicked. He just wants to push for that big, impressive, big creature. You know, he's the kid that likes to spam Ultima because it's cool.
Okay, get that Charizard out.
Johnny is the combo player. Johnny is more interested in creating, you know, a really elaborate setup. You know, finding interplay between cards and just kind of creating something neat. And Spike is the one that just wants to win, and he doesn't care how or what he has to do or what winning entails. He just wants to find the broken shit and exploit it and win. And I have a philosophy that a good game developer should think like Johnny. Johnny is the game developer. you need to appeal to Timmy. Like, Timmy is kind of the target audience you want to make your game appeal to. And Spike is the one who's going to ruin your game unless you know what the hell you're doing and you try to make it to where he can't. Spike's the asshole. I don't like Spike.
I hope I'm not a Spike.
No. God, no. Well, I mean, in a way, to some degree, every speedrunner is kind of a Spike, because they have to find out how the game can be broken and exploit it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, and it's a big... There's just a lot to say, and so much like territory to explore, but that's the basic premise of the article that I want to write.
Suhan.
That a good game developer needs to appeal to Timmy, think like Johnny, and make sure Spike can't ruin his game. Because if your game can be ruined, Spike is the one who's going to do it. And if you're not careful, Spike will make the game unfun for Timmy and Johnny.
Because Spike discovered Vanish Doom.
Yeah. Timmy and Johnny want to play the game more like... Well, especially Timmy. Timmy is the one who wants to play the game like it was intended to be played. Johnny is more interested in kind of... And this is why I think Johnny makes a good game developer, is that Johnny is more interested in finding the connections between the various aspects of your game, in finding those good combinations and the synergy between things. Find this article sounds better than butts. I'm sure I will find a fourth character personality and I'll name it Dick. That's what I'm gonna do. In fact, I might just start calling Spike Dick, because Spike is a dick.
Or Dick is the one who wants to play it their way, will not pay attention to anything, and will cry when it doesn't bend to their will.
In a lot of ways, that's Timmy, actually. Another way to look at it, because the problem is that these are very basic archetypes, and it's very easy to stereotype them. And at their most stereotypical, Timmy's an idiot, Spike is a power player, and Johnny is just kind of doing his own thing. Johnny's kind of in the middle, and another way to look at it would be Timmy is easy mode, Johnny is normal, and Spike is hard. And there's a lot of truth to this.
That's why they call him Spike.
But if you stereotype them too much, then, I mean, you kind of end up pigeonholing them, because there are good players who are Timmys at heart. There are really bad Spikes, too, but if we're just looking at them as stereotypes, which, for the purposes of this article, I am, because I'm looking at the basic profiles, you want to create a game that has a lot of options. Timmy is a player who plays to experience something. Timmy likes the spectacle. Timmy likes that feel-good moment. And Spike just, Spike wants to prove something. And Johnny wants to create something. And that's why I feel that Johnny, again, makes the best game developer, because Johnny is the creative type. There do exist game developers of the others, but like a Timmy would design something like a modern Squaresoft game that is all spectacle but very little substance, whereas Spike would make a friggin' Kaizo hack. And again, these are stereotypes. I mentioned this idea in the Discord server a while back when I first was starting to elaborate on it, and I think I ended up arguing with Sardik a little about it. Sardik is usually very, very in with the views I have about game design, but when it comes to Magic the Gathering specifically, we clash. part of that being that he used to do it professionally,
Whoa.
and he is very much a fucking Spike. I am of the belief that Spikes go around ruining the game for everybody else. Like, I can't really go around and play Magic with other people because they have these, like, just pound your ass decks that, like, just my normal have fun deck can't really match up with. So the game designer in me, can't stand that.
Makes sense. It's like the 2 weeks I spent playing Hearthstone.
Yeah. So I've got a big collection of Magic the Gathering cards, and my goal, what I would really like to do is have somebody who wants to play Magic, who wants to play cards, but is too fucking poor to afford their own. So it's like, fine, you know what? You don't have to have your own. Just, I have this huge collection, make a deck out of it, and we'll play. Because then the playing field is actually even. You still have your own deck. It's your own, personality, but there's nothing broken in there. You can't make something out of what I have that would, just be the kind of crap that a typical Spike player would pull out.
Makes sense.
And furthermore, just like, how every game I play is vintage or old, everything I have is apparently old now, even though when I got them, they were still current. Magic the Gathering has been around for 20 plus years. And there's only so much you can do to keep pumping out content. You can only take a card that only costs 1 mana to drop. There's only so much you can do with that laterally before the only direction you have to go is up. And the only choice you have is to start making cards that are objectively better than the older cards, and that's what's happening now. Or that's what's been happening for years.
Or else no one would buy the new cards.
Exactly. So I can't take old cards and put them up against newer ones. So, and that's clearly apparent, if I just try to play anybody, I go up against any modern deck, and I can't. Because surprise, surprise, I have the Johnny mentality. I want to make decks that are interesting. I want to make decks that have lots of good interplay within themselves and are generally representative of their color. And I think that, again, I think that's the best mentality to have when you're designing a game. But we'll see where that article goes. I have a whole bunch of notes, and I need to sit down and actually write the damn thing. But all of my efforts right now have been going into Heroes 3.
And I look forward to seeing that at some point.
I'm trying to remember what article.
No foreknowledge of that game.
I'm trying to remember what article I was writing that I asked for a copy of, or a video of your Team AFK to use as an example.
I believe it was one that had to do with any team composition can work.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make. But I forget what the overall article for that was going to be. That was the point I was trying to make when I did my developer commentary run, and we hadn't, the rando patch didn't exist back then, so I was just having chat choose my team, and of course chat just kept giving me Gao. I'm like, that is the absolute worst thing you can possibly give the guy who designed him.
For crime, yes.
But yeah, right now I'm looking at my notes, and I've just got all of these, like, bits and pieces of articles I want to write, but nothing really full or coherent. Another somewhat fleshed out article I have that I want to write is kind of talking about how I got to where I'm at now. Like what the genesis of, not just Brave New World, but me modding games came from. When I was a kid, I had a lot of... So when we were kids, do you remember that there were a lot of unofficial video game books out there, strategy guides?
Yeah, I still have a pile of them for the
Yeah.
Pokemon and this game, Final Fantasy VI.
I used to read those for fun, because maybe I just was not at my Nintendo. I couldn't play, but I could read about my favorite games. But unlike, say, something on, GameFAQs that a fan wrote, there was still some obligation of the person writing that to kind of hype up every aspect even of a game. Even if some character was flat out worthless, they couldn't say it. And there was a certain appeal to that, You read a guide, and it's talking about all the characters in the game, their strengths and their weaknesses, and genuinely kind of hyping up each one. And then years later, I find my way to GameFAQs. I start trying my hand at writing for GameFAQs. And I realize if I'm being completely and perfectly honest, I can't do that. Because sooner or later, I have to come out and say, this character sucks. There is no reason to use this character. This character is garbage. This one is overpowered. And I tried my best, but I couldn't do it. And a large part of my game design philosophy stems from that desire to want to be able to talk about everything in a game the way that those old strategy guides used to talk about games, and for it to be true.
Just one thing I never noticed before this, because I never do that particular version of the cutscene. It doesn't actually have an item pop up saying you got the safety glove.
That's probably because the textless. Oh,
Yeah, it just says, "What is this? A lucky charm," and it just never says you actually got it.
Weird.
Yeah.
I need to look over the text and make sure that goes in there. Yeah, Brave New World started off with, depending on which one of us you ask, he knew I had a background in modding. By the time I met him, I had kind of already gotten into modding games that I could. He shows up to relieve me at work one night. He's like, hey, I found this editor for Final Fantasy VI. I'm like, cool. And we start talking about, hey, you could use it to take everybody's names out of all caps, and hey, you could maybe, figure out a way to make it to where not every character could use every Esper. Because even prior to that, I had wanted to try and play Final Fantasy VI again, and I'd even mapped out which character I would want to get each Esper, because that was kind of the idea I had, is part of the way I was going to make the game interesting is not make it to where everybody was going to learn everything. Make the characters a little more individualized. So that was already an idea I'd had long before this came up, but he and I started talking about it. And I showed up to relieve him that night, and I saw he had been working on it. I saw he had a notepad open, and he was maybe trying to figure out who would get what Esper and what spell.
That's awesome.
And it kept nagging at me. I remember I was sitting there, I was playing Donkey Kong Country 3, and I was playing it, and it just kept eating at me until I finally said, screw it. I closed it, I opened up Notepad, and I started trying to map it out myself. And we kind of established, okay, I'll do the design, and you obviously the smart one of us, you figure out how to make it happen. You do the code. we both, collaborated on ultimate design decisions, especially early on. But kind of, took the I started pushing the design in one direction, and I let him kind of figure out how to make everything happen. And if you ask him, if I hadn't done that, then he probably would have dropped it the next day or so, and Brave New World would never have happened, because that's how he is. But I want to think, at least subconsciously, he was doing something to me that I often did with him, which was if I couldn't figure out a problem, I would just mention it to him. I would just sort of set it down in front of him, and his curiosity would take over, and he'd figure it out for me.
That's awesome.
Because I knew him, and I knew that's his tendency. And part of me wants to think subconsciously he kind of goaded me into that. Whether or not that's true, who's to say? But that's kind of how it ended up happening. I totally lost my train of thought here.
Saved Brave New World from happening. From not happening.
Yeah, I had, at that point in time, I was still at the end of my Morrowind modding days. And that was just a huge game that needs so much work that there's only so much I can do. And I had a lot of good design ideas. But, I mean, I was fighting a losing battle back then. And he gets... I'm looking at what he's saying right here. He understands the concept of art a lot better than some people. That if you're making something, make the game you want to play. Make something you think is good. Because it's something I learned, especially as we were doing Brave New World, people are attracted to that. That confidence you have in the fact that you've made something worth playing. And if you can end up sharing it with somebody else and somebody else likes it, that's great. But first and foremost, just make the game you want to play. That's how you make something good. Unless your taste is just shit, then,
Those people
then
exist as well.
Bobby has created the opposite of art. Then you're Ted Yeah, I'm about to say Ted Rainbow would be the evil version.
Challenger into stamina, throw garbage together and never turn it on.
Oh God, I don't even know what to. In a way, I am the person that the sad irony of being a modder, or at least a modder like me, where you end up in these big projects, is by the time you're done with them, you're usually sick of the game that. Ostensibly, you started the project so that you could make the game into something you wanted to play. And then by the time you're done, you're sick of it. Like Heroes of Might and Magic, I thought was going to be a small project. And it started because I loved that game. I wanted to take a break and play it, but there were just a couple of things that needed to be fixed that I would not be comfortable playing until I fixed. And then I fell down the rabbit hole, and I started getting better and better at modding it because I learned more. And now here I am. Thankfully, I haven't gotten to the point where I'm sick of it yet, and I don't think I want to.
Several years later.
Yeah.
Back to Vargas.
But I'm really looking forward to people who've played Brave New World and like it tend to trust my opinion to some degree about what is and isn't a good game, and I try to use that influence to steer them toward things that I think really deserve their attention. Like if you saw me playing Mega Pony the other day with Muppets, that's the reason I started playing it. I think it's a good game.
Oh, not just because you really like ponies.
Yeah, I like the ponies too, but I ostensibly feel that even if you removed the pony aspect of it, the game stands up perfectly on its own.
Oh, I figured I only saw a brief clip of you playing it, and I assumed it was just a clone that was it was a clone like palette swap.
No, it is a completely original game
Oh,
from
that's
the
even
ground
cooler
up.
from what I thought was going on.
Yeah. And that's why I started playing it, because a lot of people are probably just going to see it and get the wrong impression of it or not really want to give it the time of day. So, people, some people anyway, listen to me if I say, hey, this is actually a good game. And so I use that to, take a game that otherwise wouldn't get that attention and say, no, I think this is worth your time.
Like how you got me to play The Messenger.
The Messenger is one of the more well-known ones in that regard. Though I think sometimes I can have the opposite of the unintended effect, especially for people who are very close to me, like Senkizi. Because I'm pretty sure I drive him crazy about it. Then again, I drive him crazy about a lot of things, so...
Hey Neko, how are you? And The Messenger is a really good game, and the next game you have on my list here from you is Final Fantasy Legend 2. It's on my whiteboard.
Final Fantasy Legend 2 is, it's ahead of its time. For a original Game Boy game, it is incredibly advanced. For, compared to anything today, obviously, it's pretty simple, but...
Well, anything that gets your seal of approval to go play. Yeah, and I suppose I've got to poke at the 7th Saga, which is not the 7th of the sagas, just 7th Saga. I'm doing great, Neko.
On the 7th Saga is that anyone who is interested in creating a JRPG should play it, because there's a lot of takeaway. There's a lot to learn from it, both good and bad.
Oh man, I have water. I always have water nearby.
And I must say, I'm a little surprised that Vikechian and Art both managed to finish off that game, because it's a game that not a lot of people do finish. Cassie's like, did you just take over his stream? I'm like, he invited me in to answer a question, because I was starting to say something. He's like, just come in on voice and say it. I'm like, okay. And now, like 2 hours later, it's turned into a developer commentary video game design stream.
Yeah, I like it.
Hello there, children.
Hello, Zulov.
Hello, Zulov.
Hey, Bill. Hey, Dan. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you, sir?
Good. I've seen that you put out a call to feel free to just hop in randomly while you're starting your new run up here.
Yes. Have you managed to catch much of this so far?
No, I literally just got here.
All right, so this is Human in the in her squad in the Nightmare Dimension. Just beat up Duncan's kid, and we don't mention this to Duncan when we see him later. Hey, we killed your son. He said he killed you, so did he lie? Or we just kind of leave that part be. Surprised BTB hasn't thrown some reference to this fight in with Duncan later.
By the way, you killed my son. He was an asshole. He deserved it.
Yeah.
Wait, he said he killed me. What?
I'd break the news just to piss off Duncan. Also, I noticed your combat menus are a bit different there.
Yes.
This is a Letha special.
This is the Letha special. Originally it had red background text, and it was red text, and it was unreadable. We went a little Christmas. Yellow stands out too, but I figured the full Christmas, the green on the red, it's legible.
I can read it perfectly fine, mind you. I'm partially colorblind, so that's probably adding to that.
As am I. Red-green is not my thing, so the fact that I can read this makes me happy.
Yeah, I'm red-green colorblind too, actually, so we got the same thing going on.
High five. Yes.
Well, I've mentioned this before, and y'all seem pretty happy with the old end result, but if we have anybody who is colorblind, we would appreciate any kind of feedback with regards to the colored auras that the characters have and like the colors of the ATB bars. If there's anything in there that needs to stand out more, we would like to make like a colorblind friendly patch for you guys.
Yeah, I used to have a problem with the haste slow on the colors of the ATB bars, but I've learned to differentiate them. The slow kind of pops more.
Okay.
It's like the same color, but when it comes to shell and protect, I literally cannot tell the difference.
Okay. Well,
you've got it worse than me, Zulov.
Mine is
One-
bad.
Protect stands out more to me, just a bit brighter.
if you would, hit up Cybaby sometime, because he's a guy that did, he's the one that's, did the Cycling RS patch for us, and he did the colors. And he can kind of give you like a little, I forget what he gave, it was like a little kit he gave a couple of us, and we picked out the colors that we figured would be best. And kind of get with him and see what would really stand out more to somebody with your type of color blindness, and we'd like to put in like a accessibility patch for you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
I would be curious to see, like, if it was like a purple instead of, I guess, the bluish green that's being used already.
Purple is one of the available colors too, so that would work pretty well actually.
Because in vanilla, stop is purple, right? So I could see that.
And vanilla stop is pink.
Oh, I can't see pink, so I can't see the color pink at all.
So
Yeah, here's the thing: I can see pink, but purple just looks like a dark blue to me.
Nailed it.
So me and you are on very varying differences of the red-green color blindness.
I love it too. Like I would have like what I do for a living. A lot. One of the big things that my patients love is the different colors that they get on their braces. And who would have thought the hardest part of my job was actually picking out the color they want?
Right?
Isn't that what you have an assistant for?
Not always. Being because when you don't own the practice and you work for someone else, you end up having to do a lot of the work yourself. And
so what he's saying is he fired his assistant because his boss was too pissed at him.
I mean, there's a lot of times where the assistants are not reliable. There were 3 days last week where there were no assistants. They all called out sick. And it was just the main doctor and me, and it's like, okay.
Listen, okay, if I can work on a broken foot for 2.5 hours thinking it's a sprain, they can come into work with a cold.
I'd rather they not.
We would really rather they not.
I mean, the dental field is a really difficult place to work when you're sick.
I know.
If the assistants have gas, I usually send them home because the patients are laying there with their mouth wide open. It's not fair.
Dude,
We're wearing masks. They're not.
I would be sent home every day.
One spicy burrito away from being understaffed again. So all the colors are labeled. So they pick from a list, and I just go to, and I have one of the girls with a label maker take care of that for me. And there are a lot of different colors. Like I've gotten angry phone calls from teenage girls before saying that I wanted maroon and you gave me burgundy, and I went, "You're making these up." That's Anchorman. That's not a color.
You really want to piss off somebody who's like way too concerned about colors, just remind them that as far as hex code goes, maroon and fuchsia are the same color.
Maroon and fuchsia. That's yeah, it took me a long time in life to realize that all the Pokemon names were off colors.
Yeah. Not
rainbow colors.
I think it's maroon and fuchsia, I'm not sure. Or no, fuchsia and magenta, I'm sorry. Fuchsia and magenta. Maroon, yeah. but I have pointed that out a lot to piss off certain very artsy people who are like, nah, no, in hex code they are the same damn color.
So Zuloff, do you notice anything different going on here?
Yeah, a bit of a flashback.
Yeah, a bit of a flashback. So,
And your dialogue boxes are back to being legible
yeah, we're
for
back.
like normal people.
Yep, we're back to being, legible. It's classic blue, classic Final Fantasy. And we get to finally name our main character in over here on this party.
Again. I think what I was saying when Zoloff popped in, that I try to take people who have played Brave New World and they like it and they think that I actually have a decent opinion about what makes a good game, and I try to steer them towards good ones. Heroes of Might and Magic, particularly the third one, anyone who's ever played it will tell you it's one of the best games ever made. It is regarded as one of the best games ever made. It's just not, it's very popular. So the big problem is just not a whole lot of people have heard of it. So, I have a lot of people that I'm excited to kind of get into this now. Kind of using my mod as a stepping stool, but I consider modding Heroes 3 to be a much taller order than Final Fantasy 6, because people like Final Fantasy 6, but not because it had well-designed gameplay. People love Heroes 3 because it's a very well-balanced and good game, and it has problems, obviously, but in a lot of ways, I think Brave New World is my resume. This is my something I can show people to say, no, look, this is what I'll do if I'm left to design a game. Please look at this and maybe see that I can figure things out, and I'm worthy of stepping up to mod something like Heroes 3.
Just remember us when you're working for Bethesda and you're trying to fix what they're doing.
Jesus, I can only imagine what I'd be fired in days.
So here we have Team Classic Returners, led by Bear. I just noticed the Moogle disappeared. Human, you're Moogle. There you go. How long have you been gone?
It's been gone for a bit. I just didn't say anything. I saw it go away.
I hopped in really to just say one thing, and I ended up kind of taking over a good chunk of the stream. I'm gonna still hang around and probably post in chat, but I'm gonna hop off of voice for a while.
Thanks for stopping by, BTV. Feel free to dive in whenever. There's a little bit of deja vu going on, and on and on and on.
Well, thanks for letting me ramble, and anyone in chat, thanks for listening. And I'll be around.
Have a good one, man.
Alright, bye guys.
So have you figured out what's going on yet, Zuloff?
Not really, because like I said, I just haven't been here since the start, so...
So, you saw Human's team in the Nightmare Dimension.
Yeah.
That team's gonna be taking wizards at every possibility and building a certain way. The notepads I dragged into the Discord and BTB pinned for those to follow along. We have 4 different games of Brave New World here being shuffled every 10 to 12 minutes.
Oh.
I gave each of them a hue and a gimmick, and they're just to keep them telling apart. And a party leader, of which Grey Team has not met their person yet. Grey Team also hasn't gotten to play in a while.
I already know Grey Team's leader.
Yeah.
Umaro.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while till he gets to be seen and named.
Yeah, that's fine though.
So
he is the perfect party leader.
Yeah, the perfect name for him. Just all A's. We got Bear leading Classic Returners. We've got Crime leading the others, just the leftovers, and Human leading the Wizards. And then my favorite will be the Grey Team, my favorite characters. And every team is going to be building their characters differently than the others, if possible. So between these 4 randomly shuffled runs, we're gonna see every, most permutations of each of these characters.
That's a pretty cool way to do it.
And because I figured 10 to 12 minutes because looking back at old tapes, that's about how long a boss fight takes. So, in theory, if I were to start a boss fight right at the beginning of a split, I'd be able to do it in one go. That's not going to happen. But I figure that's long enough for me to get fully entrenched in one and then be ripped out into another.
Yeah.
Which, for maximum chaos, it's the best way to do it. In a semi more casual setting than the last few gimmick runs that I've done.
It's good to have a casual run. Just enjoy the game.
Yeah,
or all 4 of the games.
Yeah, just another day, another Brave New Worlds. The best was not telling anyone except BTB about the gimmick, and then just starting this up like it was completely normal, and then every 10 to 12 minutes, it would just start up a fresh game, slightly tinted. So I just restarted my script of what I was saying at the start, as though I just started over the recording.
That's great.
Surprisingly,
just to screw with people too.
Absolutely. Surprisingly, the first 4 rotations did do the first 4 games. I really thought there was going to be like a one that wouldn't be seen for like an hour and a half. But then again, this one's still fighting, we have one on the Leet River about to fight Ultros, this one's fighting MTech Armor. Because
so it doesn't shuffle in a set cycle either. It can shuffle from one and then back to the one you came from.
Yep, it can even shuffle right to where it started. It's just a 1 in 4 chance of the dice roll.
Okay, that's even better.
You can set it up to do predetermined ways, like, you could use this, and you don't have to do the same game. Like, these are 4 different copies of Brave New World I put together. Using this BizHawk shuffler, you could shuffle 4 of any game and set it up for certain time limits. It'd be great for like racing, I guess. Like you're getting randomly shuffled every 5 minutes between Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, and 3, and everyone has the same seed, so it all shuffles the same time. So you have to go at the. I can imagine it'd be a really fun thing to have.
Yeah.
I'm just choosing to do it of the same game for maximum enjoyment. It could even be a cross-system, because BizHawk is a multi-system emulator.
Yeah, I know. I use it for pretty much everything that it supports, because I love it.
This is my first time downloading it and trying to poke it, so the only thing is that if you open up a different game, a different system, it does adjust the aspect ratio, so that'd be really difficult to capture. If every time it flips, it jumps to like the N64 or the PS1 ratio.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna progress through South Figaro.
One of my favorite things about the BizHawk emulator too is you can assign multiple key bindings on a controller to a button, unlike with say SNES X.
That might be
where
what's
you can only
going on with
assign them
my
once.
select button, because it's not letting me use select in battle properly. There might be something else bound to select.
Yeah. You've probably got 2 things bound to the same button, because what I like to do is, say I'm playing a Game Boy game, I'll bind start and select to start and select, but I'll also bind them to triangle and square on my PS4 controller.
So that it's just, you don't have to use the shoulder buttons? Or for the... So
I can use the start and select, or if I want, I can just reach over for triangle.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that's actually a really neat thing.
Yeah, it just depends what I'm doing, so I can use my controller progressively. Words are hard. I think you're getting what I'm trying to say, though. Depending on the situation, it may be easier to do one thing rather than the other, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that would actually make it... That sounds dangerous to do for, like, if we had done that for the multi-tap. But, I mean... I can definitely see applications where that would be particularly helpful.
Yeah. Things like Super Nintendo, you've only got your L1, R1, so you don't have anything for L2, R2 normally. So R2 I would bind to A as well, just to have it there if I need to have my hand on square for some reason.
I know.
Just making maximum use of all those buttons that you don't normally have.
That's right.
And yeah, I just saw the switch again.
So here we are, and
over to Leet River.
Now we're in the Leet River with Crime's team. Crime leads this group of the others, and they've gotten the most rolls of the shuffler, so they're headed into Ultros. This is going to separate a lot when we get to being able to pick our own party, and even further once I start following the predetermined random list I made of Esper builds.
Yeah, but don't tease the octopus, Danny.
This team managed to crime 4 Slim Jims.
Oh, nice! You got a few lucky Slim Jims. That's awesome.
Ow. Poke him. That might kill Edgar.
He's fine.
That might kill Edgar.
He's fine. Okay, he's not fine.
From full health, he would have been fine. Yeah, pressing select does this. So, not positive what's going on there, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's probably something else also, but select is probably also, like, by default doing something else.
Yeah.
And it does not like it. And I don't know why, because I set up this controller and... Pretty sure I did it right. Either way, I don't use this too often.
Once you get the hang of BizHawk, you'll figure it out. I don't think it like highlights anything if it's already being used. It's been a while since I've actually gone into key bindings.
Makes sense.
Another nice thing about being able to set up multiple key bindings is I've got different controllers for different games, but sometimes if I'm feeling lazy, I just won't unhook my PS4 controller. So I've got all my controllers buttons bound to the profiles.
Oh,
and depending on what joypad I pick up, it'll just recognize it by me turning it on.
That's smart. Because if I wanted to switch to something that needed a joystick, I'd have to switch to the PS2 controller.
Yep.
Put away the SNES.
Yeah, in September, provided they're in stock, I'm probably going to get an 8-bit do SN30 Pro 2. I've got the Pro 1, but I really like their products, and the Pro 2, rather than using key combinations to select what you want to bind it to, because it could do X input, it could do Switch, it could do Android or Bluetooth.
Ow.
And with the Pro 1, you have to hold Start and X, say if you want to pair it to your PC, hold Start and Y to pair it to your Switch. The Pro 2, they just added a physical switch on the back of the controller.
Oh.
And the grips are much nicer, and it looks a little bit bigger too, which I'm a big guy, I got bigger hands too, so it would be nicer.
I'm glad that these products exist.
But yeah, it's basically just Super Nintendo controller, except it's got the side wings like a PlayStation controller.
Oh, cool.
And
it's
wireless. Wireless, built-in battery, USB-C charging. I highly suggest you look into it if you're looking for a good Bluetooth controller.
I've never. I don't have much faith in Bluetooth controllers to not drop inputs at the wrong times.
I've never had to drop an input.
Call me old-fashioned, but I'll take the cord. I'm an old man, alright?
That's fair. Also depends on the type of Bluetooth adapter you have. If you got, say, like a 2.4 connector and there's plenty of things on a 2.4 network, it can screw with it.
And I sit fairly close to my desk, so...
Well, it doesn't matter how close you sit. If you're in an apartment and you have like 20 people around you, all using a 2.4 network, they can all kind of interfere with each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it takes a lot of stuff for that kind of stuff to start happening.
That makes sense. I mean, and it would get rid of the problems of running over my controller with my chair. Like
Yup.
running over the cords. I'm on my like third PlayStation 2 adapter
Oh,
because I
geez.
keep running over the adapter. It just keeps ending up underneath the cord.
Yeah.
No, the cord keeps ending up underneath the wheel.
But yeah, the big thing about the Bluetooth I find is if it wasn't designed to pair with your PC, like say a PS4 controller, it was designed to work with the PS4. So you would want to wire it into your PC for that direct connection. The wireless I find has issues though if you try and hook it up to your computer. So I actually plug my PS4 controller in by wire. Because I have had that drop inputs if I try and use Bluetooth. Whereas the Bluetooth controller, which was specifically designed for it, I've literally never had a problem with it.
And if it works, that's all the better.
Yeah, that being designed to work on multiple platforms is amazing. Like, I never bought a Switch Pro controller. I just used the 8-bit. It's just so nice.
So, there was discussion about changing or adding to the unequipped Imperial to put to have an option for randomly selecting your scenario.
Yeah, I brought that up
Oh, that was you,
actually.
okay. So, like for pure randomness, pure chaos, you could just
I can always bust out a D6 and roll it.
let's
See which party it
let
chooses.
the dice decide.
But you know what? Some people might like having it as an option in the game, which is why I brought it up.
Yeah. It's a good option. I don't think I'd use it because there seems to be a very set path. The shortest to longest that you should be doing this in.
I usually do Sabin's first because he's my favorite and it's the longest. So I had to go the opposite way. But with the party randomizer, I did them the opposite way just so I can have as much as possible for Sabin's path.
Right.
Not that it matters because the parties aren't randomized yet, but hey. Every other time I've played Brave New World, I've done it the other way. So it's just like, screw it, I'll get Sabin's path all the possible resources this time.
Yeah. Change it up. Keep yourself guessing.
Yep.
I'm
still in the middle of lock scenario. I need to go back and play that.
Another thing that this setup, this shuffling does is any sort semblance of a plan I had is completely forgotten by the time it kind of like comes back around.
Yeah, that's another good thing about it.
Like, oh, what was I in the middle of doing? Oh, clearly I'm on the Leet River, but if I was like about to shop or something, I wonder what I was up to. Uh, 0 for 2 on Bannon procs.
I actually got a couple when I was fighting Ultros.
I like to start Bannon in the front row, swing once, and then shuffle him to the back and start healing.
Yeah.
Because if he procs in the front row, that's like 1500 damage right there.
Yeah, I did it from the back row. But hey, it was a couple of procs of about 800 damage between his swing and his and the bolt too.
Them saucy strats.
Oh yeah.
And because I put a range, I think it was the actual range was like 9.5 to 13 minutes. I can't anticipate it coming either.
Yeah, that would be the way you want to do it, because if you can anticipate it coming, then you just kind of park a party near something.
So, and like in order to keep the honor of the thing going here. Oh, 0 for 3.
But yeah, with the time range, it's like, yeah, I could sandbag it for 4 minutes, or I could just keep going and see what happens.
Yeah. So under the hood, the way it's happening is that at the timer, once that runs down, what it's doing is it's dropping a save state, and then loading randomly one of 4.
Okay.
Nice, Bannon.
See, that kind of stuff I don't get. But I get it, but I don't I would never be able to do it or understand how it works.
Oh, here, Aaron. I don't know if we crimed these men. Nope, we already did. All right, so we're back to Gray. Gray is still climbing Mount Colts. Did we crime the other man? Yes, we did. Okay. Like, this could also be fun to do with, like, well, yeah, you don't have to pick 4 either. I could put an arbitrary number of games in here. I just figured 4 was enough permutations to be able to do...
Well, you're missing a 20.
Was it?
You're missing a 20.
Oh, we're over here now. Okay. We could do 20 runs.
No, 420.
Oh, okay. Like, you could just do, like, you could do Pokemon Red and Pokemon Blue at the same time, or throw in a Yellow. It's all 3 games, back to back to back.
Yep.
Not the ideal way to do that encounter, but there we go. Kung Fu Men drop good amounts of cash.
Yeah, a lot of the
Should be
human enemies
climbing
tend to drop better cash.
Makes sense. Human enemies are getting actual cash versus the monsters, where you're probably just collecting their hides, and that'll be effective as cash. Or you're skinning the humans too and selling the flesh, who knows?
Human horn.
That's a nose. How much would you give me for the human horn? You know what? If I don't buy this nose off this man, I'm afraid of what he'll... You know what, sir? 50 GP. Deal. I always want to try to crime these men.
I mean, considering how steel was changed, if you successfully steal, you get your turn back. There's no reason not to try.
Correct, and they have a rare steal of a Slim Jim, which is fantastic. And
yeah,
like game-breaking almost in the early game. Like, if you ever actually have trouble with Ultros, you could just pop the Slim Jim on Bannon and probably keep him in the front row. Now, this is the cave where Locke loses his lady friend. So it'd be nice, like, if there was a small cutscene where Locke just slightly hesitated for a moment and crossing that bridge. Unless it's some other cave, some other nondescript cave that looks just like it.
Probably some other nondescript cave.
But if it was, it'd be a nice foreshadowed nod to an optional cutscene later.
Yeah.
And these birds, they're real mean. It's a race. If you don't kill them within 3 moves they make, then one of them will use Gale Cut. And that does like 80 damage to the whole party.
Yeah, but they just explode the auto crossbow.
If it lands.
Which it usually always does, at least for me.
Yeah, everything lands for you. A smooth 69 damage on Terra from Gale Cut. Indeed. This team ended up much higher level. The encounter rate's been a lot ruder to this team. Because every other team learned Imp right before Vargas. She has it before going to the save point. Someday they will meet their party leader.
One thing I haven't really done in Brave New World that I'm trying to do this time is use more status magic other than slow.
Having the print me next to you is a big help for that.
It is. Like in the Vargas fight, I amped his bears. Never bothered doing that before.
The problem is with imping the bears is that the bears are not set up to be strong enough to be worth it.
No, but I did it.
Yeah.
My goal was use status magic more. My goal is coming along very nicely.
Yeah, this is a fight we leave from. Double blind. Did this team buy eye drops? We're gonna find out. One of the teams did not buy status cures. It was this one. Alright, so
Well, only crime really needs them.
we could head back. Or continue to find these birds.
Unless, of course, Edgar gets hit by blind too.
He has goggles.
The goggles! They do nothing!
And they recently patched that at least they said they did. Let's test it. Before it used to be putting on the goggles would remove the status.
Yeah, that doesn't now.
It doesn't anymore. 1 goggle and 1 bracelet was enough to forever cure antidote, poison and blind.
Yeah, I know. I always buy one of each in vanilla FF6, because why wouldn't you when you know how they work?
Yeah, you just pass it along. So this was the team that did not buy status cures because they could not afford it at the time.
Yeah, but like I say, only Locke really needs the eye drops, because Terra doesn't care about blind for fire.
Correct. Terra will not be throwing her boomerang in this next fight.
Yes, she will.
In fact, Locke will probably take the boomerang from her, hide in the back row, and throw it at the bear. Birds, we can't risk this. If auto crossbow misses 2 targets, we will not be able to kill them in time.
I mean, there's no reason while you're running you can't just switch over to Edgar and try the auto crossbow. Because if it goes off while you're running and kills them all, then hey, experience while trying to escape.
This isn't like Final Fantasy V. You actually can only run if your ATB is full. So if your ATB is charging, you can't actually leave.
Yeah, but I'm saying when everyone fills up while you're attempting to run.
And then
When they fill up, just switch over to Edgar. Hit tools, hit auto crossbow. His ATB is still full until he executes it. If one person gets out, you're fine.
You're talking about using a bird feather to pick up the fallen.
Yeah, because bird feather.
It's these shavings are very valuable this early.
And if the auto crossbow just happens to kill everything, well, then you benefit.
Alright, so here we give you the eye drop. Yeah, this team got one Slim Jim. Alright. Sabin sent you. In the multiverse, you are already dead. You will join your brethren. There'll be no Loki shenanigans here. Seven. So, if his special move is Bear Claw, what is his regular move? What is the bear doing to you that isn't a claw?
Bear dong.
I wasn't prepared for that.
I'm here until I leave.
Get some ham. Okay, eat the ham. Okay. Whew. You're fine. Give me the go cut. Let me heal. Oh no! She dropped out of defend before the Gale Cut went off. Okay, she's fine. Nice. Didn't expect that tick in between. Nice, second gym.
It's all good. You're fine.
It's fine. Everything is fine. Vargas is a very large man. Now, if Vargas could be imped, that would be a, hey, you have status cures kind of thing. Or you have status ailments kind of move. Yeah, meanwhile, in the human dimension... Nah. I'm getting this sinking feeling about fighting Kung Fu Man on a mountain. Just not feeling about hope right now. That means that at some point, we're gonna jump back to that Vargas fight.
Yep.
Don't anybody help this man. Bannon, with your healing ability.
One thing I would do if I knew how to mod was one way I would balance the game like this is give an enemy like a second to ATB running at half speed rather than loading them up with counters or something, because it would help offset the economy of actions deficit.
So like he gets like 50% more actions per turn.
Yeah.
I'm sure they could just put it in so that every other turn he gets a second move. No muddle for you. Dana. Human, you get that. You were in the boomerang? Yes. Better remember what's going on in the Rainbow Sprinkle dimension. Do I have status cures? Yes. And 3 Slim Jim. There's been a lot of crime happening.
One advantage to the multiple ATBs, though, rather than just tacking on extra turns, would be that you could program each ATB with a different AI script. So that each ATB performed differently.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It does.
Balancing.
And I don't know how to mod, but that would be something that I would do, probably.
I kind of like the counter system as long as the counters are intuitive.
Yeah, it has to be something you can figure out over time if you fight it enough.
Like, if you fight a ninja or a samurai, it makes sense that he'd probably counter physicals. Or a wizard with magic, or you fall into the thorn plant and you get poked. Nice. The boomerang is a really good investment early.
Oh yeah, I always buy 2.
For all of these runs, I've grabbed the Dragoon Seal and one boomerang, because you get a second one soon enough.
Yeah, my first run, I bought the Dragoon Seal. But afterwards, I prefer buying the 2 boomerangs, give them both a lock. It gives them a bit more to do, because Terra can use fire. I like buying the better sword for her for the speed buff, because I love speed as a stat.
the king stat, the number that lets me do more than you.
Yeah, exactly.
The one that breaks the action economy.
Yup. Like, freaking dexterity in Final Fantasy VII. It is the king of all stats.
Except
next to luck.
Next to none of the stats particularly matter in 7 because it's a easy game mode for babies.
Well, I play New Threat a lot, so
I played that once.
The stats do matter.
That was okay.
The stats do matter a lot more. New Threat, because I've done note rank up runs as well, so you have to use your equipment to manipulate your stats instead.
I feel like that. I feel like if I ever did replay that, that's probably the way to do it.
Yeah.
It was quite easier than I expected.
Well, it wasn't meant to be like a difficulty patch. It was meant to be more rebalancing.
Everything
and it did that very well.
Fold very quickly until the optional added bosses, which made no sense, and I ignored that.
I did all the optional added bosses, and I thought they were all quite good. I played on ATB weight, slowest battle speed, and that's where dexterity really starts helping too, because when you slow down, well, not slowest battle speed, but when you start slowing it down, you can make more and more use of that dexterity with ATB weight buffering, and turn it into more of a strategy game for those harder bosses. And for the regular game, you can just keep things turned up and flowing.
Interesting. I'm just also not a big fan of 7 to begin with.
That's fair.
So the fact that I have any good feeling about New Threat is pretty good.
But yeah, the New Threat run was with no rank ups was definitely very fun. I'm pretty sure I'm the reason one specific materia got nerfed very hard.
Oh yeah?
The HP MP Swamp materia. At one point, it gave plus 50 strength, magic, spirit, and vitality. And you could master it.
And get multiple of them.
Yes. In a no rank up run. So I had Nanaki running around with 4 of them. So he had 255 strength, magic, vitality, and spirit. So even though he only had 999 HP, he was unbreakable.
Interesting. The slight gimmick I did for that, just to keep it interesting, was I decided to give everyone could only wear one piece of Magicite. No one shared Magicite.
Yeah, that's fair.
Once they equipped it, no handing over the orb. That was now yours forever. I'd have to buy a second one to put a second one on, even if they're not in the party. And that helped keep things a little fresh, made everyone a little different.
Yeah.
Because 7 also suffered from the initial issue of 6 of everyone is the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
Everyone's the same, but you only get 3 people, and one of them is locked in your party for 98% of the game. And New Threat was the only time I ever actually did the Chocobo side quest. The Chocobo breeding. Getting birds.
Still don't bother. I still don't bother in New Threat. In fact, in New Threat, you have less incentive to, because you can get the gold chocobo easier because they made the guidebook that you morph off the skeleton ship underwater trade for the gold chocobo. So you take that, you trade it in for the gold chocobo. You go catch a wonderful chocobo near Ice Gold Village. Breed them together once. And then you have a gold chocobo with ridiculous stats. And you just go do all your races that you need.
I never did it because I owned the game as a kid. I just did not like it compared to 6. So I just never did it. So and since I did enjoy New Threat enough, I did find one like tiny like text glitch in it, but aside from that, it was pretty well done, and this was years ago.
Yeah. I've been playing it since like 1.35.
Aerith had a rod that said it restored one thing, but it actually restored something else when you poke someone with it.
Yeah.
Minor. But this was years ago.
Oh, speaking of Aerith, the first time I played New Threat, I actually came up with the most ridiculous strategy for her. So I gave her the Slash All Materia.
Okay.
And her Princess Guard I don't know if it still does this. It's been a while since I've actually used her because of how broken she is. But her Princess Guard inflicts shield to the target. If you give her the Slash All Materia, it switches her default targeting from the party to the enemies. So I would go into the battle and confuse her, because then it would switch the targeting back to the party. So she would just keep smacking the party, healing them, and because it was recovery, it didn't break her confusion. So I would just instantly set up shield on the entire party and be immune to almost everything.
And shield does what in 7?
The shield status absorbs all elements.
Oh.
Including the physical ones. Well, I think it nulls the physical ones. But for elements, it exists.
Is that an added element? I don't recall that one.
Shield is a spell that you find in the North Crater, and it doesn't come with the actual spell. You have to get like 500 AP.
Oh. So they thought of this very much day it was shipped out and tossed it in there.
Yeah, you get it very late game. Like, oh, you're about to fight Sephiroth. Here, have this materia. By the way, you can't use it yet because some AP on it.
Do you want to go walk around and fight movers for a while?
But yeah, shield is just stupidly overpowered. It was a very fun strategy to use in New Threat against some of the bosses. I also got stupidly lucky with Sid. I was able to give him a materia combination to make his HP total 7,777.
Nice. And I'm
So-
assuming they kept in all Lucky 7s.
Yes, Lucky Sevens is still a new threat, so I would go in and trivialize content by Sid existing. And after the fight, heal him. And he's good to go again.
Oh, right, because it drops you to 1?
Yeah, it drops you back. It drops you to 1 after the fight. Because otherwise, you just go through every single fight once you hit that HP total. Because you do, I forget how many hits it is. I think it's 64.
All of them.
Yeah. But having a max HP total of that, pretty silly.
I like that they changed the way the limit breaks worked a little bit to make them a little more different than just big damage. And, like, they gave people a passive, even if it was very sometimes opaque about what it was actually doing.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I never quite understood what Clouds was trying to say. There seemed to be like an English thing, kind of thing going on there.
Yeah. Well, now in 2.0, Sega Chief has worked on getting more of the description fit in. And more stuff's been balanced. Limit breaks are just much better overall. Like, I tend to keep Cloud on Braver through the end game because it actually shreds defense. And of course, because it's level 1 limit, the bar will charge faster.
Oh yeah, so you every battle you get to throw down a Braver.
Multiples in boss battles.
Beautiful. I'd have to look back through my playthrough of that on the 2 from years ago and try to find some highlights of that because it was a good time, as I recall, but I don't remember how I came across it.
Yeah, I don't remember how I came across it either. But another thing too, also with 1.5, he did this experimental thing called Arrange Mode, where you would just go through. Some bosses were harder, different scripts and whatnot. And now with 2.0, he's got Type A and Type B, which Type B starts out with a little bit of a different story, and you've got different bosses with different scripts.
Like from hitting new game, you get to pick A or B.
Yeah, hitting new game, you pick either Type A, which is your standard game, or Type B, which is the arranged mode. And you actually start with Tifa for the first reactor mission. Just for example, I won't say much more than that because I don't want to spoil it in case you go through and play Type B.
Yeah, that sounds like replayability.
Yeah, it is actually replayability, and there's normal mode and hard mode as well for it. When 2.0 came out, I did Type A and Type B back to back, both on normal mode, just because I wanted to play it how Sega Chief had balanced it to see how it was, and it still flowed very well. Not hard at all, because it was never intended to be hard. Like I said, it was intended to be a rebalance. It did its job well. But I've yet to play the hard modes because I kind of burned myself out a bit. But I'm getting the itch to go back again. I'm probably going to do a Type B hard run for my next voice acting stream. I was going to start today, but this whole week was screwed up with Canada Day landing on the Thursday. So my work hours got all screwed up because of that.
Oh, do you get off for that?
Stat holiday, everything shut down.
Oh, good for
All
you.
our papers printed earlier. I would have worked that day, but the carriers wouldn't have had to deliver their papers. They wouldn't have put them out till Friday. So it needed to go out Wednesday.
So what got you into voice acting?
Honestly, I just saw this other streamer, LG Games, doing it. He looked like he had a lot of fun. I'm like, I'm going to try that. And I just have a lot of fun with it.
Awesome.
You know, I don't do it for profit. I don't bother putting a subscribe button on my channel or anything because, the Twitch affiliate program is a scam, kind of. And B, I don't want to charge anyone for what I do. I work a full-time job. I make money. I don't want to take money from people when they could be taking it and putting it towards better things. And if I put those things there, you know they're going to give me their money. And some people do make mistakes and have bad spending habits. So I don't even want to put that option there.
All right, Father Teresa.
Well, it's the way I was raised. My dad's just like, don't take money from people if you don't have to, right?
Hey, Dr. DT. Appreciate the follow. Welcome aboard. Oh, another Slim Jim.
But yeah, I just don't like taking money if I don't have to. I borrow money off friends if I need to and pay them back. But other than that, it's like, I make enough money for what I need. I'm working a job I love. I get by.
And you have fun doing it.
Exactly.
When I did my Final Fantasy IV playthrough recently, I decided to do it voice acting, and it's quite fun.
Yeah, it is. Also, the origin of that, I started doing that with when I voice acted Final Fantasy IX. And that was Queena's voice.
Oh, okay.
Just whatever Queen lines popped up, I would just do that in like different tones. and it was a lot of fun. People loved it.
As long as it makes you laugh. Like when I decided to do the main villain Golbez as Christopher Walken to make myself laugh, and people enjoy it.
Oh man, I have not heard Christopher Walken in so long. I don't think I could do anything off the top of my head. Final Fantasy IV is like another game I have yet to do though, so I've got that one sitting in my back pocket. If I ever run out of ideas. It is.
And it lacks a difficulty curve.
It does.
That was my first time ever playing it, so it was an experience.
Yeah, if I play it, I'll probably play the PSP version, just because, in my opinion, that's the definitive way to play it.
No, the definitive way is the way I did. The original first 1.0 release in America of Final Fantasy II, where the English is so bad and the translation is such garbage that sometimes you don't even know what they're saying.
That's the most hilarious way to play it.
Yes, that is the definitive way how people would have played it when it was released.
But it's like the balance is all off. It's missing stuff.
Yeah, apparently Dark Knight Cecil has some sort of move, another more than just attack.
Yeah.
He gets a
like I say,
Leo shock or something.
The PSP version, I always say it's going to be the definitive way to play the game. But I always suggest to people, go play FF2 if you want a good time. Because it is fucking hilarious.
You're going to want the audience to have to describe what's going on because it's making no sense.
But yeah. So yeah, I always tell people go play that one if you want a good time. Or if you want a harder experience, go get the Steam version because it's the DS version minus the online features. And the DS version was a bit harder. Not like terribly harder, but it was harder.
Yeah, go get the Steam version if you want it to just be painful to look at.
Yeah, I've never cared about graphics. I just care about the gameplay and stuff.
The SNES version is right there. I'm sure there are PSP emulators too by now as well.
There are. And I've got one.
So the PSP, that was the portable PlayStation?
Yep.
Okay. I don't think I've ever actually seen one in real life. Stab that mammoth right in the face. Oh, and we're back. So, let's see.
Hi, Vargas.
But yeah, I've already got kind of a voice in mind if I ever do FF4 for Cecil.
Oh, well, are you gonna share?
I am showing it.
Oh, like you're muffled behind the mask?
Yeah. And then I just take the hands away once he gets his fancy paladin outfit.
So he talks like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, it will be, yeah.
I always prefer to do like the protagonist in my voice. The one who's gonna speak the most, just talk normal, and then everyone else gets the voice.
I mean, you could do that, but that's not the way I roll.
I'm lazy. I don't want to blow.
I'll
my
say
voice
that. I'll say this. I did do that for The Legend of Dragoon. Dart was my voice.
That is a. I own that game, and the second disc was scratched, so I played the first disc a lot.
Oh no! Oh no! So, have you ever beaten it then?
No.
No.
Someday I shall manage to find a ROM of it and play through Legend of Dragoon. See what happens beyond the first disc of Mastering Volt.
If you have a PS3, you can always get it on the PlayStation Network for $10. As PS1 Classic.
I have my computer and I have a Switch for. I have not owned a console.
Okay, there you go.
Many
Then.
years before that.
There you go then. Never mind. Oh yeah. The Legend of Dragoon is my favorite game of all time.
Oh yeah?
It's got its flaws, but I just really like the setting, I like the story, I like the gameplay. I love the music.
I liked the time hit mechanic.
Yeah, I did too.
Because I was always really good at those games, like Super Mario RPG and Guitar Hero.
When I was a kid, I was actually just really bad at editions, so I kept everyone on their initial editions. And I remember using charm potions a lot to skip encounters, so I made it to the final boss. A little bit under-leveled, and I still managed to beat it.
Nice.
With freaking initial editions and under-leveled it. It was really fun. I wish I still had that save file, but that memory card, it died in a horrible death, unfortunately.
I see, audience. Memory cards are tiny little, like, tiny little devices that used to be used to store data for video games.
Yeah, you could have 15 whole saves on one memory card for a PlayStation 1.
And for some games, they took up multiple slots. So sometimes you would need dedicated memory cards for certain games. You'd pay actual, like, real amounts of money per each of these memory cards.
Good old PS1, PS2 days. PlayStation 2 is probably my favorite console of all time. It just had so much on it, so much flexibility.
PS2. Many, many hours of Guitar Hero and Final Fantasy X.
Yup. Less so Guitar Hero for me. I'd never really got into those games.
It came out it was really big my freshman year of college, and that's what everyone did.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then once again, through the Returner's Hideout.
I feel like we've been here before.
It's an aching feeling in the back of my head. Let's remember to buy any status items. Someday this team will meet their leader.
Someday over the river.
Yes, the river. Old Man Tonic. talk is a strong verb to use here. Not so much she talked to the Esper as it killed,
So much as it mind raped her
it killed the others with her and then knocked her unconscious.
by mind raping her. That's what all that electricity was.
Sloth.
Yeah. Bailey came in for a few of my voice acted Brave New World streams, and he was mentioning to me how he kind of wrote Sabin as a bit of an Aussie,
Yeah?
but I gave him a very wrestler voice.
Sounds almost Russian.
Yeah,
Very Zangief. I always got pictured Sabin as more of like a surfer, bro. He's just kind of here for the ride.
yeah, right on, dude.
Yeah. Very Point Break. Oh right, they made that change where the fairy charm's there now instead of the white cape.
Yeah.
This is the third time I've grabbed it and the first time I've noticed.
Well, hey, that's one advantage of doing this 4 times over. You'll
Yeah.
eventually have to notice something.
There you go. Gonna notice a lot more than I used to, than I usually do. And last run, there was no text. Debated having one game with no text, one game with party rando, but just keep it normal. There's enough going on.
Yeah.
It does say safety glove. Interesting. Must have just smashed through it. Boom, boom, boom. The War of the Magi. It's about powerful wizards. I feel in the early game, this safety glove's probably the better option. Physical attacks are far more prevalent.
Yeah, they really are. And then
Power.
eventually you can just sell it off for some extra money when you don't need it.
Yeah. And safe at low health, that's pretty good. Let's go. Let's go back to the save point. Because anything could go wrong on the river.
Don't worry, eventually you'll get to Realm. She was smoking a pack of fire rods the day she came out of her mama.
Smoking a pack of fire rods. I am a huge fan of the line. Instead of saying that she was at the neighbor's house when it caught on fire, saying that she was on fire, and then she caught the neighbor's house on fire. And I can't, and oh my god, what's going on?
That's actually the voice I considered giving Daryl, by the way. That's like, No, that's going to kill my throat.
The halfway to Gollum.
She's an old lady with lung cancer from all the smoking, except she's been smoking all the packs a day since she was born and it's dead.
She can use Fire 1.
Exactly.
Her and Ifrit smoking up. Anyway, meanwhile...
Back to the desert. I actually love how this color palette lines up with the background, too.
It's a nice lake back there.
All the art in this game is awesome.
It has its charm.
Yeah.
Alright, and this is Crime's team, okay.
6 is honestly my favorite Final Fantasy. And it's the only one where the villain actually makes sense.
Kefka
He-
is fantastic.
Kefka doesn't have a goal. He just does things because he's insane.
He's bored, and he does things to try to get amusement. When
Yeah.
other people are happy, he doesn't seem to understand it, and it drives him mad. To the point
Yeah.
where even when he wins and takes over the world, he doesn't really do much sitting atop his trash fortress.
Yeah. And Kefka's the only villain to win. He won. And destroying the world wasn't even a goal for him. It just kind of happened.
Yeah, I mean, atop the trash tower, he burns a village, occasionally shoots his beam, but he doesn't really do anything. He has all these monsters in his fortress. He doesn't command them to do anything. He has a cult that worships him, and he doesn't interact with them as far as we saw. So he just sits there waiting for us, and then when we get there and turns out are actually doing just fine and everyone's happy, he's like, that line, you sound like chapters from a self-help book. It's beautiful because it sums up that he's just bored and he's gone insane.
Yeah. And then it prompts him to start blowing up more of the world.
It's like, look, I can do this, and they're like, doesn't matter. Everything's gonna be fine, and he says no. It's almost like he's begging for us to come punch him on the snout.
Yep.
We follow the light exactly. Exactly. We'll be back for you, Imp. Or Pug. I discover all the secrets of this game and then shamelessly show them off on stream without mentioning it. And see who pays attention. There's now 69 videos in the playlist of Brave New World 2.0. People were so determined and did not figure these things out for themselves. They could look it up. That's right. It's hard, but I do need to upload their other videos to it. Yeah, we're no longer at. Once we come back here, we're no longer at war with Narshe. We still come through here and pick fights with the local miners. They're a very angry bunch.
Yeah.
We have no quarrel with you, and yet we'll still fight. Don't worry. Now, as a kid, naming Sabin for playing this, because this came out in like '94, so I was like 5 or 6. I didn't know I've never heard the word youth before, so I assumed that was Sabin's original name, and they like messed up asking you to rename him, but called him Sabin instead of youth.
Oh.
I would typically rename him back to youth.
Nice.
It was a long time before I knew what that word was. Crime taking a commanding lead.
Yeah, I usually skip that pug fight pretty easy, but when I did my party random, I'm like, I'm going to show off what happens when you screw up the light puzzle. And then I, on purpose, triggered a stab counter.
Nice.
And, 1 in 3 chance, it hits Bannon. Could have hit anyone else, I would have been fine. Nope, Bannon. Luckily, I saved stated it right before, because it's like, just in case.
Yeah, you're just showing it off.
Yeah. I've played through this a couple times now, though. I don't feel so bad about using save states, but usually when I play through a ROM hack or a mod for other things, I'll typically just try and avoid using save states the first time through.
Yeah, same. I typically only use them if it's just saving time.
Yeah, if I've game overed once or twice and I just want to not go through a couple of scenes, I'll save state then, but it's like, okay, I've already done this. I know I can do it. I'm not going to go back and do it again.
Yeah, with the multi-tabs.
Or if I suddenly have to go, then I'll save state. Something comes up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the multi-tab kind of had to use them.
Like, do we really want to go through
'Cause
all that setup every time?
You get people like me who come in and play for the winning team.
It was a beautiful sight for you to be out of commission for all 3 goddess fights.
That was great. You felt bad for me, but I was having a blast. Just like up, down, I am a yo-yo. To be fair, though, I did get to Palador like all 3 goddesses before I started going down. Or Palador the one, I mean.
Yeah, and we learned. I learned a thing about Interceptor and Go-Go.
Yeah? I didn't even know that before that either.
Because you'd have to time it, you'd have to purposely go out of your way in vanilla to see that, because you have to have Shadow in your party and Go-Go, which is unlikely. And then you have to trigger Interceptor and then mimic it?
Yeah.
Give me your alcohol. Call me a thief? The name is Crime. I do like that I've been talking to BTB often enough nowadays that he now also refers to crime as a verb.
Excellent.
If I could rename... Howdy, Clark II. Welcome back.
Hey, Clark, how you doing?
You can reorder. Not everyone knows about this command, where you can reorder the menu. This is in vanilla. It's not used unless you want to take Mimic off of the... It's not particularly useful unless you want to just remove Mimic from the top of Go-Go. Or once you get Mug, maybe put Mug on top.
That's what changing the window to short does?
Yeah, if it goes to short, it puts the 4 on the cardinal directions. So instead of pressing 2 twice down to get to magic, or 3 to get to item, just down, left, right, and then defend and row are on L and
Oh
R.
my god, I didn't realize that was part of the vanilla game. I thought that was a mod that was changing your menus.
No, that's in vanilla. It's just real. They had a lot of ease in it that...
Yeah! There was so much ease of use in this game. I literally didn't know about that one. Because you die, it auto-loads your last save.
Yes.
In vanilla. That was another great one.
Yeah, but that also like was really messy with the way that it remembered things.
I mean, yeah, but still, it tried.
It did.
It was ahead of its time.
Like the first time that one of the Dragon Quest games decided to throw in a bank where dying, just you keep everything but lose half your cash. Well, you just put your cash in the vault and not worry about that.
Yeah.
Then some other jerk goes, yeah, but you can only deposit in increments of 1,000.
Oh no. I've never played any Dragon Quest games. Bag on the river. And I keep meaning to go in and check out the series. What would be a good one you would suggest to start with?
My second favorite RPG ever is Dragon Warrior 4.
Dragon Warrior 4.
So the number one issue with Final Fantasy VI having an ensemble cast is that it handles it very poorly. You are expected to bring 12 people into Trash Fortress, but you only use 4 at a time, but everyone must be ready for the Rumble. And it's a really bad setup because there's no sort of like XP sharing or anything. And there's just not enough World of Ruin, and the level curve is not there to get everyone up to speed without going out of your way to grind. Well, Dragon Warrior 4 also has an ensemble cast, but they do it differently in that everyone's in your party at all times, just standing a few steps back, and you can swap them out whenever. You only use 4 at the active time, but everyone gets the experience at the end of battle. That's cool. It solves that problem.
Yeah, when I play 6 Vanilla, which I don't think I'll ever do again with Brave New World, because, in my opinion, it is the definitive way to play 6.
Same.
But when I do play Vanilla FF6, I tend to swap my parties around a lot. I like all the characters, so they all end up kind of pretty evenly leveled anyways by the time I get to Trash Fortress.
Well, the problem is
without having to, I don't have to go to my way to grind, and they're just all ready.
Well, that's because we, as veteran players, are aware of this. Someone who's casual of 6 and then jumps into Brave New World is going to have to do a significant grind before Trash Fortress.
Even like the first time I played 6, I swapped people around a lot because I just liked everyone. So it was literally never a problem for me.
My first few runs where I chose just these teams that I'm playing now, I just went through Trash Fortress multiple times with one party, left, and then came back with that same party on a different route. Because screw that gimmick. That's the worst part, probably one of the worst parts about 6. Let's just bypass that.
I mean, it's probably one of the best parts about 6 at the same time, too. It was just poorly executed because, like you say, there's nothing that they do to fix the experience.
They realized this in 7, and they added in the cell phone and said you could just swap your party at save points or whenever we allow you to.
And they made inactive characters get half XP.
Yeah, just dial up your party members and let them in.
1-800-RENT-A-MOG.
Now, if 6 could implement that, that's something I mean to. If could implement, like, once you get multiple party members, just let them swap out. Let's not have to go all the way back to the boat. Because, man, got all the way to Yeti, but this team is really bad at Yeti. Time to spend 6 hours walking out of Narshe and back in again.
Yep.
Four is also incredibly well balanced. Dragon Warrior 4 is incredibly well balanced, and it's actually such a large NES game. They had to put like more bits and pieces into the actual cartridge to like expand the processing power of the NES.
Wow. Yeah, I heard of them doing stuff like that for like Super Nintendo games, but I didn't know any NES games did that as well.
Yeah.
Makes sense though.
And it's an interesting way to do ensemble, because once you have your full party and the gangs all together, you then take the leader role as the protagonist, and everyone else auto battles with you giving them suggestions of like general strategy. Which some people like that, some people don't. If you play the DS version of Dragon Warrior 4, it gives you the option to just take manual control. But in the DS one, the AI is also a lot smarter, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
It's not like the NES, where you're one person with instant kill is just going to keep casting that on every boss, despite it not working. And you're like, Christo, no, you go back in the wagon. We'll see you later. And Clark II agrees.
Especially Christo.
Just your...
Or except Christo. Sorry. I don't know why I read that as especially. Apparently I am dyslexic tonight.
maximum usage of health. Alright. And it gives you, and that one is not a job class. If you prefer one with a job class, Dragon Warrior 3 is really good. 3 and 4, everyone has a set class. You have a soldier, you have a fighter, you have a goof off. 2 different flavors of wizard.
Yeah, a buddy of mine recommended to me 5. But I do like getting other opinions on stuff like this.
5 is not bad. 5 is interesting in that it's the one where the hero is not required, nor is a real part of the story. Every other Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest game focuses strongly around your player, protagonist, hero. And 5 decides, nah, you don't need the hero, ever. And 5 is where the idea from Pokemon came from. Like the creators of Pokemon looked at Dragon Quest V and went, "Hey, he just beat up a monster, and there was a chance at the end of the fight that it joined him. I could do that, but better." And now, what 5 did wrong was it gave the good monsters like a 1 in 64 chance of joining you at the end of a fight. And that's bad. You're gonna end up super hyper inflating your numbers trying to get the cool monster to join your team.
Yeah.
Because there's no XP off. There's no raising your odds. I actually did a 100% Let's Play of Dragon Quest IV and 5. At the lowest possible levels, the lowest reasonable levels, just kind of going through the game knowing what you're doing.
Yeah.
What Dragon Quest IV on the DS does neatly is it actually ranks you as you go along with how you're doing. And that's kind of cute. It is under the status menu. It's like, hey, this is what level you're at. This is how much you've had completed. This is how you're doing. Just overall, I'm keeping up with the curve. Or, well, what are you fool? What are you doing? You're like you're literally 15 levels behind curve. We expect you to beat the game at level 45. How did you do it at 30? Because you built a really good game. What do you mean you never took your AI people all into manual control? Because I'm a leader. I'm not going to tell them what to do. You tell the guy with the big axe what to do. I'll stand over here.
Yup.
So yeah, I definitely say Final Fantasy VI is my favorite game of all time. Dragon Quest IV and Uncharted Waters New Horizons, easy top 3.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite Final Fantasy of all time. Probably my second favorite game behind The Legend of Dragoon.
Final Ultros. Final Ultros? Has Bear reached Ultros? I don't think Bear has reached Ultros. Clark also has the good taste.
There is no final Ultros. Ultros was inside us all along. He will always be with us.
The real tentacle hentai is the Ultros we met along the way.
Exactly. Ara.
What this team will do is actually a little different. This team will go Sabin first because it's time to meet our push a little closer towards meeting the leader of the gray team.
Excellent.
I haven't done Sabin first, so put on your pants, and then immediately get wiped by the first enemy.
My pants are off and they're not going on. I don't care how much you ask.
That's one other thing is having the webcam after doing a stream without the cam on for the multi-tap because it wasn't about me, it was about community. It is interesting having it back on again.
Yeah. That's one reason I don't use a face cam on Twitch. I would be breaking all the terms of service.
Because you refuse to put on the pants?
I refuse to put on the pants or the
Meanwhile,
shirt.
I was very reluctant to ever get the webcam, and enough people pushed for it that, yeah, fine.
I do have one, and if it's like a nice day in the winter, I'll put on some pants, but for the most part, it's just like, it's too hot, pants off.
This is like the 1 month of the year where I don't have a coat on. Or a hoodie on. I don't handle the cold very well.
I do. I love the cold.
You have a lot of insulation.
I do. Even if I didn't, though, I'd probably still love the cold. Because you could always put more clothes on. You've only got so much you can take off before you're hot, sweaty, and naked. And I'm already naked, buddy.
People tend to frown upon certain levels of comfort.
Exactly. I wish society was more accepting so I could walk around naked. It's cheaper. I don't have to buy clothes as often.
That's one good thing about we're only wearing scrubs at work. I only own like 3 sets of clothes.
Yeah, I do too.
Minus that duffel bag full of clothes that fit me in high school and I swear I'm going to fit back into again one day.
Yeah, one day.
Although I went to a wedding a few weekends ago and I managed to wear the suit jacket that I wore to my senior prom and was able to close the button, so I was pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Mind you, it is a jacket.
Now, the pants are still in this duffel bag, but so one step at a time. I was literally on the treadmill this morning, thinking to myself, oh man, how can I set this up so this will be a fun stream?
That's one nice thing about my job. I don't really have to, like, work out too much. I just go for a quick walk on the couple days I don't work, but other than that.
Yeah,
I basically get paid to do... I basically get paid to do nothing because I love my job. As far as I'm concerned, I'm getting paid to have fun.
What a beautiful phrase. Get a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life.
Yup.
Here in the human nightmare dimension.
Yeah, I've been doing my job since I was 10 years old. I started with doing it with my dad when I was just a kid. I grew up doing it with him. So it's something I love doing. And when he passed away, I kept doing it. And it makes me happy.
Bravo. Really red tinted deja vu.
Yeah.
So Clark, since you recently got here, and anyone else who just recently tuned in, what's going on here is we have 4 instances of Final Fantasy VI Brave New World on, and every 10 to 12 minutes ish is being randomly cycled between the 4. Each of the 4 has their own tint to keep them semi-separate and distinguishable. And they each have their own gimmick. Or at least their own gimmick party that they're doing. So that's what's going on here. Up above the respective colors and the team leaders. Here we have team human and leading her team of wizards, when applicable.
10,000 monkeys and a typewriter, Clark. Eventually, they hit enough stuff on it to come up with an actual usable idea, and then Dan does it.
That's not terribly far from the truth. This is staying up super late, thinking one night after the multi-tap finished. Thinking, oh man, what could I do next? What I want to do is I want to try out different builds for people in Brave New World. I want to try some of the ones I haven't done yet. But I didn't want to do like just a bland run where I do this, or another one where I do that. So I said, well, I wonder if a shuffler, like a randomizer, exists. And it does. For BizHawk, the BizHawk emulator. Someone came up with it, and according to the timestamp, not too long ago. Rabbits. So here we have laps 11 through 15. 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, okay. 11 through 14 is playthroughs here. Yeah, we're 5 hours in. I figure I wasn't gonna keep the gag that everything was normal going the whole time. Did do that at the start of the stream. Everything's normal. What are you talking about? It's just another day, another Brave New World. What's this crab doing in the mines? You don't belong in here. Or are you supposed to be a scorpion? No, that might supposed to be a scorpion.
Yeah, Scorpion. A Scorprab.
Yeah, it's a scorpion in a cave. So that's actually how this is working. It randomly between 10 and 12-ish minutes will just throw down a save state here and randomly load from the 4 games that I input, which is actually just 4 versions of this, with their own like separate folders for the saves, and it just loads one of those save states randomly. I didn't test it fully, so I hope it works when I do end the session and pick it back up tomorrow. I'm also on vacation for the next week, so minus the 4th of July itself.
What's a vacation?
It's a week where it's some time where you don't work and aren't expected to.
You're making that up.
Yeah, I get one of these a year, 1 week of these a year.
I'm told I'm supposed to get like 4 of them, but I've never actually taken one.
You get the check written at the end of the year for all the vacation pay you don't use.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice. My employees
say,
all want to
I-
take time off too, so
Oh, like I say, I love my job. Like, I don't feel the need to ever take a vacation. In fact, I wouldn't want to take a vacation. I feel like I'd be worse off not working. I enjoy being able to go to work.
that's awesome. Actually,
I'll say this: we do have 1 week a year where we do no production week because it depends how much advertising is in the papers. So it's either the Christmas week or the New Year's week. None of the papers print, just to save cost.
well, that makes sense.
So I'm forced to take 1 week off a year.
The Force. All right, I'll be right. Momentary interruption from me. You can continue to talk to the audience.
Corrupt the audience, you say?
So, children, who here likes candy? Hello, clock.
Yeah, no, not much to really say without gameplay going on.
Excellent, your neighbor has some. It's in his basement. He's hiding it from you.
Yeah, one of my biggest issues with streaming without an audience is I'm not really good at the whole commentary thing. That's why I never really got into the whole throw stuff up on YouTube. That's why I prefer Twitch. You have something to interact with having an audience. I feel my commentary would just be, I am doing this. Domi Origato, Zuloff, Roboto, beep, 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 boop. One nice thing about my computer, yeah, I was playing here last night with the multi-tap. Yeah, one nice thing about my computer, I'm sitting like 2 feet from my air conditioner. It's so nice. He's back. I see him.
Alright, just had to take care of the second part of the caffeine delivery process.
You don't buy coffee, you just rent it.
Oh, can you hear my air conditioner?
No, I was telling him
Oh.
one nice thing about my computer is I sit 2 feet from my air conditioner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my air conditioner's right behind me at my window.
And yet
It's great.
Yet it's silent to the stream, so that's awesome.
Yeah, I've got my snowball configured really well.
Snowball, I'm assuming, is your microphone or your night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got a snowball.
I have a Yeti. Tis.
Yeah, when I first started streaming, all I had was my headset.
Yeah, me too. And and looking back on that, I sounded like garbage.
Yeah, but when I started doing the voice acting thing for fun a couple years ago, I did start out with the headset, but then after a couple of games, I'm like, you know what? I am really enjoying this. I think I'm going to keep doing it long term. So I did make an investment to get a blue snowball, and For $80, it is a really good microphone. It's very good quality.
I mean, you sound perfectly crisp and clear.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oops. It's been so long since I tried to follow the actual thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a very naturally loud, booming voice, too, so the fact that I do sound good over the snowball is really good. And I'm not, like, peaking all the time.
Yeah, I have that issue when I decide to do my karaoke streams.
We're no strangers to love!
I mean, I would hope I sound a little better than that. We're no strangers to love. You know
I don't know.
the rules, and so
You being the
do
Judge Clark, I sounded better. You know it.
But I audio balancing is not something I have any real experience with.
It's not something I have any experience in either, but for the longest time I didn't know how to set up noise gate with OBS Studio.
It's real easy in Streamlabs OBS.
I do not use that thing. I hate it. It's more of a resource hog,
I mean,
and I've heard nothing but bad things about it from people I know who use it, and they end up switching back to Studio. But I used to use the OBS Classic. I knew how to set up the noise gate in that.
I used to use that too, and then in order to get alerts working, someone recommended this, and I've had no issues with Streamlabs.
Yeah.
No,
I was able to get alerts working with Studio quite easily.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's just you just add an extra source and link it to the embedment.
And meanwhile, here you just add in a filter that knows what it's looking for. Second boomerang.
Locke really couldn't fit it in the hole there, could he?
You can smell a female in the general vicinity. Yes, they changed the chest, and you can no longer get them before Locke's scenario here.
Yeah, that was you could in I think it was beta 12 or 13 that made that change. Like a little bit before that, you could still do it.
And then they made it so the game just crashes, and now they made it so that the NPC's in the way. No early boomerang. That's why I just buy the one. Hard moding up the language. Keep staring. How is that even an option? The illusion of choice.
Yep.
I'm with the returners. My name is Crime.
You gotta love those butt down must situations in JRPGs too. You can keep saying no, but then you're stuck in an infinite loop until you say yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a second one literally right here.
Yeah.
Just back to back, like, it's fine.
I could help the returners, but no.
It
No.
gives the player
No. Okay,
feeling
I'll
like they're
do it.
doing more than sitting in a cutscene. Stealing is wrong.
Yep.
But the correct option is to do the crime. What lesson are you trying to teach the kids? Leave the bird suit on.
And listen, it's not crime. It's treasure hunting. And if you disagree with me on this matter one more time, they're gonna have to dig you out of multiple trash cans in Brooklyn.
So he's an Al Capone kind of deal there.
You don't ask the questions here. We do. Okay? Oh yeah, I had a lot of fun voicing Glock. He was easily my favorite.
Cry was gonna steal my clothes and rip my lungs out.
I already have one of your lungs, buddy.
You thought I was... See, you thought I was going for your lungs, but really, I just wanted your heart. You and me, together, baby. Give me that heart of yours. Be mine.
Oh my god, there's the Christopher Walken. And this is about the best one I can do.
You. Oh, thank you. You get the black belt. You're fine. You go hide in the back.
Yeah. I do use impressions as a lot of inspiration for different voices. And if there's some impressions I'm just bad at, sometimes I take that and roll with it as the voice. Because it ends up hilarious.
Officer, please. Thank you. And this setup will do fine for in here. Then your trap build for tunnel armor of putting her in heavy armor so she can't keep up with him. And eventually he'll two-turn the runic.
Yep.
You want to keep her decked out in light armor with the black belt so she can keep up. Or just give her a Slim Jim and that solves the problem too. Steal this man's ham. I'll protect you. You stay. And she's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not feeling standing next to crime, so, you stay over there. I'll stay over here. Although if anyone was walking in this, it'd definitely be Gao. Gao has the best lines for being a Christopher Walken type character. Because he almost gets his lines spaced out in the natural way that he talks anyway. Don't forget this hidden chest containing now the Thunder Rod. Which would be better if, you know, your half wizard could use the rod.
Yeah.
It's kind of a way, especially since Tunnel Armor has innate shell. So it's a huge waste to snap it on him. Time for the crime spree. Ham. Celis should not be in the front row right now, but it's fine. Ham. Ham! Okay, how about a spell at all? Thank you. Chain Steel is a glorious change. You'd be so kind as to recharge my Celis? Or get yourself murdered? Sounds like you're due for another pass at the game, Clark.
To be fair, at this point, I just don't even worry about my resources because you hit rest points and whatnot in quick enough succession that by the time you hit it, you're like just barely out of your resource.
I have a min-max problem. I've done so
That's
many
fair.
challenge runs that I never know where I am. May as well just play well. And now I really don't know where I am, and the Phantom, he went first. Because I fell for it. I put the armor on Celis.
Yep.
I said it out loud not to do that, and then I did.
It's fine.
It would be fine. It costs a bird shaving. It's could be worse.
Bird shavings are renewable with crime sprees.
Eventually. It's fine. That was a little dicier than I wanted it to be, but we have ham. Just pick up the girl, carry her outside, bring her up to Duncan's cabin, or Sabin's cabin. Someone's
Listen,
cabin.
it's joint ownership.
I mean, it's gotta be like where all the students train and like rest, because there are 3 beds here. So I guess we're talking about Duncan, Sabin, and Vargas all slept here.
And on cold nights, they push the beds together and spoon.
Man, buff people are just not great to cuddle with. Imagine Sabin and Vargas spooning. That sounds like almost painful.
It was part of their training. Duncan made them while he watched.
Hmm. I know she gets the black belt, so she can go a little faster. Leather, buckler, anything to speed you up, lady.
Yup. Speed is the king of all stats in a game where you can manipulate it.
This was the first block in the no equipment run. Because Celis had to ice Tunnel Armor to death. While Crime threw Slim Jims at her over and over.
Oh no.
Well, a Slim Jim and then a lot of meat. A lot of ham.
Yeah.
We had to gain a few levels to make it possible. Yes, anyway, meanwhile, back on Mount Colts.
Back in Flashback World. This here, it's literally Flashback World.
Ooh, man, some teams have much bigger advantage at like head starts than the others. Random numbers is just not letting this happen.
Yeah.
I was hoping that this one session would get us all to Zozo, but maybe it'd just get us all to Kefka and Narish. Actually, at this rate, one team will be at Zozo when we get to Kefka and Narish. It was a single target, Edgar. You shot an arrow at this man point blank range and missed. The power of Kung Fu. I know Kung Fu. Are you saying I'll be able to dodge bullets? Saying when the time comes, you won't have to. Cat is awake. Cat may be audible every now and then. Cat, it's 12:30 at night. Go back to sleep.
Cat's like, no, I own this place.
Come here, Cat. Say hi. Say hi, Oswald. Off you go now.
One day I might get a cat. I just need to like stop being lazy and go down to the shelter.
He is a pain in the butt. Do not listen to anything that makes him look cute. Automod does not want to allow the word coon. It's okay. Used to breed Maine Coons. Wow. I could not imagine having many of that cat. He is very loud, very vocal. And he is a real jerk when he's hungry, which is most of the time.
So, typical cat.
Yes. You have 2 cats, but your Clark household has 7. Wow. Alright, Locke, please, you need to stop getting poisoned. That's our last antidote. Black and silver. My dog knows what he's doing. My dog's asleep. Hey, Sergeant Joe. Beam. This is just another day of Brave New World. Do not touch the plant. Burn the plant. Yeah. You know, 5.5 hours in, we're almost at Vargas. We're making good time. The whole 45 minutes that this team has had the controls.
One thing that would be cool that this could maybe do in the future is find a way. I guess it would probably be really hard, if impossible, is find a way to keep a clock. Like, just have all 4 clocks run on one clock. That way you can see your final game time of how long it took you to get all 4 to the end.
Well, that's real easy. I take the final game clock and add them together.
Yeah, but that's something that you have to do on your end.
Ah.
I'm saying
There is
quality
a way.
quality of life. Have the game do it.
Under the settings, someone was. I read that someone was working on a way to make it so that you could share resources between the multiverse.
No.
But I don't know how. I don't know how that would work, especially since majority of the time, from what I read, when majority of the time when this is used, it's not shuffling between the same game. People are usually more reasonable. Let's do it with Sonic 1, 2, and 3 or something. There's even a separate special like hotkey you have to press in to signify the game is done. Stop switching back to this. Otherwise, you would just get randomly 10 minutes of the end.
Reason is for losers.
So, Sergeant Joe Duck, what we're going to be noticing is that this is Blue Team. This is Team Bear.
Team Flashback.
And they're fighting. They made it to Vargas. They're doing pretty good. Oh, probably should have stayed on the ground for that. He's fine. In a few more minutes, something else might happen. Not guaranteed, but it could. There we go. Yes! Right out of his pants. Oh, dog's awake too. Dog and cat are grooming each other. Adorable. Dog, why are
You gotta wonder where that stereotype came from of dogs and cats don't like each other, because when I was a kid, we had dogs and cats and they got along fine. Every dog and cat I've seen always seems to get along fine.
The stereotype actually comes from the fact that just their body languages are opposite. The way they portray themselves and the way they give off their body language. From a dog, that would mean, hey, I want to play. Him wagging his tail, meaning I'm happy I want to play. The cat wags his tail, that's leave me alone, I don't want you near me.
Oh, that's where that comes from.
So they're
I
like
never knew that.
complete opposites, and usually that can lead to issues.
Okay. Well, you learn something new every day. Now I know where that came from.
So if I was dreamy-eyed over you, Zulov, I would, with my extroverted personality, I'd stare directly into your eyes. But if you were a tough guy and you did not feel the same way, you would take my dreamily into your eyes as an aggressive sign and want to fight, as you take it as a challenge.
Yeah.
The cat is holding the dog's head down on the snout while he licks the forehead of the dog.
Well, you know what they say. There's no wrong way to love a chocobo.
So here we have Bear, and each of these four people, they're named after a particular line in the game that I would think is funny to name them that. Well, for one thing. We're coming up on this one. Nice dodge. Oh, welcome back, cat. You want to come up here? Oh. Cat. Here. Oh no, he left. Right as I got the camera out. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Working as intended.
Oh no. Webcam.
No,
Pause that.
it's fine. Working as
I
intended.
think I might have unplugged it as I tugged on it. Hold on. Webcam. Hey. What you doing? What you doing there, buddy? Please stand by. He had a big 85-pound dog that seemed to think he was a cat. My 90-pound lab thinks he's a lap dog. Hey, properties. You wanna like deactivate and activate? Are you back? Are we back? Hey, we're back. Yeah, something got jostled. He got upset. We're fine. Just have to remember to pause the emulator for, timer purposes. Don't look at me like that, cat. You walked away when I tried to put you on screen. Edgar? Nope, never mind. We don't get to see that. Prime gained a level. Right as we get to the thing. Man, Prime with a 1 hour and 42 minute, an entire hour advantage over Bears.
Yeah. And this is the team that went to Bear initially, too, so it just went straight back to him. Prime is stealing the show, as it were.
That's right. Prime is stealing the show. So you got a feel for what's going on here, Joe? Nothing to runic in here. Like, quite a few encounters. I might head back to the hut. Well, if we're lucky, the cat will jump up on the couch. But he seems enamored with the dog at the moment. Oswald and Juice Man. Well, I guess there were worse places that the webcam could have freeze framed.
There are better places that could have frozen too.
Well, there's proof that I am wearing shorts. Nice. Good job, Celis. Stop chewing on my desk.
I like that scan is free turn too. Once it executes, you get your ATV back.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Especially since it gives you a lot less information than it used to.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it still gives me all the information I need.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does this thing have a weakness? No. Kill it with damage.
Seems to be weak to hunks of metal in its skull.
Weak to numbers.
Alright, so this boss, we want speed. Everything that gives you speed. You must go fast.
Yeah.
You have to be able to survive.
Boss.
And Zulaf's broken. Hell Angel. And I don't like to take chances on this fight, so...
If this game has a Hell Angel, why doesn't it have a Heaven Demon?
It doesn't?
It doesn't have a Heaven Demon, no.
Not one properly named that way.
Just seems a little racist.
There you go. Doesn't fit. It's perfectly within the space allotted.
No, it'll fit.
Oh, you
You
have
just gotta jam it in there.
You see Charternook. Chadarnook. That's a heaven and a demon all in one. Alright, now with the speed equipment and haste, Celis is almost out-turning Crime. And another beautiful thing. Celis holding her pose when in runic stance. Man, as someone who's already wasn't a fan of Celis, having to also remember if she's runicking, real annoying.
I always remembered when she was runicking.
The visual indicator is beautiful. Although
it is. but it was never an issue for me.
You go back to polishing your trophies. I constantly donated MP to Celis. Something like that could, I don't know, get a really good run destroyed. If you just magic at the wrong time.
I don't know what you're talking about. Working as intended.
Nope, we're still good. Go for it. Give it to me.
Yeah, in Vanilla FF6, I would actually build teams around Cyan for his Bushido bar since it was so dirt slow. And Celis was in that team.
Yeah.
Because she could just runic and sit there. The team was usually Celis, Ga, and Edgar. Because Edgar would jump and take a while to come down, and then he'd multi-bounce, which the Bushido bar still charges while that's happening.
My team for Cyan and Vanilla was usually Umaro, Gao, and Gogo both raging, or Mog dancing. Because if you're 3 Berserkers, then you can just wait for that bar to fill up forever.
Yeah.
Celis, wake up.
But yeah, I liked having the utility of Celis with runic because it was a good defensive thing to have while waiting.
Hell Angel, please. Hell Angel, please. You know other spells.
Yeah, they're actually in the other 3 games.
Yeah. You can't outdamage me. Celis has this under control. It's fine.
Yep. Working as intended.
Prime did his job. Alright, and that just leaves 7. Really, that's a weird option to have here, because you didn't unequip anyone. Unequip Mog? Everyone's not in the party. I know they just copy and pasted him from elsewhere, but still.
Yeah.
Equip before getting there, because, oh boy, you easily get wiped on the way there.
Yep.
2 steps, very well. Alright, we're good on supplies with this team. I'll take a couple of these. Alright. Ninja. Might be able to charter a boat out of Doma. We never see the Doma harbor. The Reaper is always a step behind him. That's actually a really funny joke that you could let him die. As in, the Reaper, I always assume he meant the dog.
Yeah.
But he might mean, like, the literal Reaper, because he's very much in danger of death at all times. is in that I don't think any of these runs will take Shadow to survive. Maybe, yeah. You know, we'll be able to see more of Realm. I think it will actually. Someone will. TBD.
You should have to survive in at least one.
At least one, you know. On one of the runs where Realm is going magic. Which, actually, the plan is for her to go magic MP on Crimes one. So yeah, this one.
There you go then.
And a celebratory dog attack. Yeah, good dog. I did like the one lap where I used Shadow. Shadow with the Rogue Cloak does pretty good hitting an elemental weakness with his scrolls.
Yeah.
Good dog.
Every time I've used Shadow too, I've built him like almost pure speed. I'll do like 5 of strength just in case I need to throw him in the arena, because I like throwing him in the arena since he has the X-Fight weapon.
Good dog. Yeah, I prefer Umaro, but Umaro will demolish pretty much anything you put in the arena against him.
Yeah.
It does look that way, Joe.
No, he's only playing one at a time.
Yeah.
It's one game.
We've got... Okay, and shopping. Okay, smoke bombs. We were here. We were 5 of those, and man, this team very low on money compared to the others. See you around. That's because this team, this went straight for Sabin.
Yeah.
It looks that way, Joe, but really, there is a 4th. We just haven't seen him in a while. The Nightmare Dimension is in the corner of our mind. Oh, I should. Oh, if we ever do get back to the other one, we need to remember to equip the claws. Right, no black belt because I didn't do that scenario yet. It does not exist yet. We are on our way to meet our team captain, our mascot. Our named character for one particular line that makes me laugh. Good dog. No, it's not Shadow. Oh, good dog. Shadow would be a very... Because Shadow in the World of Balance is filler. Whenever you're low on people, they'll give you a Shadow temporarily until they're ready to fill you up with something else. But, there is a team planning on bringing Shadow to Zozo. They all lived. Good dog. Oh, see, that would have been the perfect attack. The dog should do double damage to the cat.
Yeah.
If only BTB was here. There was there used to be like some sort of like interesting aggro going on with Gao, I think it was. Where like certain type of enemies like went after him harder, like dogs or something like that. The dogs would hunt Gao. Yeah, that. Oh, Zenchizi's here, right? Those would be little things that just really nice. Like in the very beginning of Final Fantasy V, when you're going through the canal and you're facing all the octopuses, in the canal, they only put their tentacles on the girls. They won't attack the men.
Yup.
Did you just call me Soldier A? This is why I'm wearing my Princess Bride shirt right now. For our true leader. Hello. My name. You know my name. You will die. My name is Alone.
You mean Olay?
Hello. My name is
Because
Alone.
the text is reversed on your shirt.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the cam. Olay.
You know what it says. Hello. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Allow me to explain. No, there's too much. Let me sum up. Alright, nothing else to give him. So let's get him warmed up. And now, surely if we fell his commander might be one of these. We've never faced the Empire before. We don't know just exactly how they do, how battle formations work. Turns out Alone here is in fact colorblind and cannot tell the ranks of the rank and file.
I heard they put their commanders to the west.
Yeah, clearly he must be with his men. 50 experience, 200 gold. That's not bad. That's two pieces of ham. So yeah, that's worth it. If we had the black belt, we'd probably shred through it, but yeah, not yet. We now have the team. Alone is going to lead his crew of merry men. Here in the sad dimension. Really, the ideal team would be Cyan, Shadow, Realm, and Gao for Team Sad Dad. Doing good work. He's feeling good about himself. He's quite dodgy. One of you were the commander, right? $50. We're looking at here. 600. Alright. Let's move on.
These poor ride losses.
Are you? I am Alone, returner to the King of Doma. The grave awaits thee. As much as I'd love to be able to do that voice, it's more. I always feel like it turns into more of a Puss in Boots.
Yeah. When I'm doing voices, sometimes it just like starts shifting, especially as the stream goes on and you get more tired.
Like back in the
It
day,
just
I used to be able to do like a really good English accent, and then my nephews, I would watch them and they were obsessed with the Wiggles, and hours and hours and hours of Australian Wiggles later, I lost my ability to do an English accent because it the Australian kind of took crept in.
Oh, geez, it's 1 a.m.
It is.
How the time flies. I should probably be getting going. I gotta be up at 9 o'clock because I host a modded multiplayer Stardew on Sundays for some people. So I kind of need to be awake since I'm the host.
Yeah, possibly. Enjoy your chill do.
Indeed, the chillest of dews. Have a good one, Dan, though. It was good hanging out.
Yeah, anytime, Zoloff.
Yeah, I'll probably just leave this on and watch it while I pass out.
Take care.
Later. Have a good one, everyone in chat.
This is also an open invitation to anyone in the Brave New World Discord who wants to jump in the chat. Just hang out. It's not like we haven't seen all of this a few times before. Operation Threshold. Ow. Now, we had hypothesized in earlier streams, like, if this game were remade or voice acted, who would voice these, and who would be Kefka would be a very good question, very good thinking exercise, because the only actor at all that comes to mind for this guy, to me, is Gilbert Godfrey. That shrill. By the way, that's a chest that I did not know about until playing Brave New World. Because it is not telegraphed whatsoever, and there's no others like that. Ah, here we are. Her twin brother. Brother? I thought you were one of Vargas's bears. A bear? Screenshot that. Crispin Freeman. Let's see, look up a Crispin Freeman. Where do I know him from? Sounds like a great snack. Ah, anime, okay. I'll take that as a compliment. A bear. Okay, he's from a ton of anime roles. Okay, nothing I know him from. Forgotten who your friends really were. Else? Here's another screenshot right here. Think a bear like me could help you in your fight? Who was he in Tales of Symphonia? I watched an hour or so of that game. Regal. I don't remember it that well. I need to finish watching that play, or I need to play through it. Oh man, that'd be a game to do on multi-tap. Yeah, get a multi-tap of Tales of Symphonia going, because that's a 4-player game, isn't it? All on its own. Hey, welcome aboard, Bear. Ham. Bunch of workers. Loaded to the brim with ham. Oh. Some of them have energy drinks. since you don't get a free heal going to the river, you could take advantage of these vanishes and at least get onto the river like this. I believe the time you get the free heal is when you jump into the Serpent Trench. Final returner hideout. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, whew. Thought he was gonna get stuck. Setzer's in Kingdom Hearts 2? I'm only familiar with the first of the hearts. Although I played the heck out of the first one. Like, I remember doing that 1v1 Sephiroth fight over and over again. It was like, oh man, Final Fantasy characters and Nick Disney. Alright, I guess I can be okay with that, kinda. It was my first, like, action RPG, I guess. I never really played any of the Zelda games. Like, my little brother played Ocarina of Time, but I had Smash Bros. What did I need Zelda for? Link was in Smash Bros. What do I need that for? I can't wait till I'm really old and I can just walk out of a conversation by saying, yeah, I'm tired. I'll see you later. I wonder who this someone that was killed by the Empire was. Locke never goes into who that was. You do that now in your 30s. Just they're like mid-conversation. I'm tired. I'll see you later. I'm gonna lay down. What a hero. Did Locke have another babe before Rachel that was actually killed? And he's just he's a bad luck charm. Since he says later she died. Oh. I forgot how that thing concluded. I assumed. that her losing her memory. I guess I never really gave any thought to how she ended up in the coma. Alright, we did 2 people say yes, well, 2 people say no. Just completely arbitrary, not gonna think about it, just... I feel like in the multiverse, I've said yes a couple times, and I feel like it's just right if I say no. Yeah, I guess she had to have ended up in the coma somehow. Yeah. Oh, right. Then but then that causes her to lose her memory. And so her dad gets upset. He kicks her out because he's just a crime boy and he's not good enough for his daughter anyway. But then I guess I just assumed all this time that the end of the world is what made her end up locked in the creepy man's basement. But I suppose it could be the trooper, or the Imperial attack that made her lapse into that coma, and then scooped up her body, and some wacky old man was like, I can keep her going. Kinda. She'll still be warm. Wink. This Bannon starts in the back row. Cool. Because the person in his slot beforehand was. I suppose? No, because Sabin was down there. Or Bear was down there. I don't understand, but okay. Yeah, I guess if he does say the Imperial attack is what killed her, then yeah, that's when Locke would have scooped up the body and was like, hey, here, embalm her. But not really. The final Elite River. God, the cat's going nuts. What do you want? He wants the dog's attention. Try to input a blitz I do not have. It works. Meanwhile, alright, this team just defeated a Tomberry. The pug. Over here in the very human dimension, where everything is normal and everything is fine. Rude. Even these initial workers can just decide to delete Bannon. Dangerous enough, I have to spend a bird feather. If anyone curious about the shuffler, the color tint is an option. You don't have to do it. And you can pick any color you want, or you can have it randomly assigned. It's set up so that if you enter a hex code, in this case FF 4 zeros to get red, then it'll tint that game that color. Or you can just have it randomly assigned. I already had colors picked out. Because I wanted the bears to match the color. If I had done it randomly, I would have had to change their colors on the fly. Banning King Edgar and human. We're all a little bit insane. Or dig us an early grave. Hour 26 on this clock. Given that they're all 10 to 12 minutes apart piece. Pretty good time. Go visit Crime, see how he's doing. Make sure we have a healthy supply of a couple of consumables. Well, maybe not a healthy supply, a supply. Yeah, an insult to injury. Take off his clothes and then hit him in the head with a boomerang. Right. Gotta remember how this scenario goes. He stopped you from being able to just skip it. And that's why he's not really a thief. He's rude. I think someone had looked up, these things have 1,000 health. The bidet suit. Well, the green color actually matches the outfit now. Barf. Never understood the barf. If someone ripped my clothes off of me and then put them on, I don't think my first reaction would be to vomit. Surprise and shock would probably be first on my River City Ransom reference. Is barf not what they say in the vanilla? I don't recall. It's been so long now at this point. River City Ransom's that beat 'em up, right? The password. Incoherent yodeling replies. I've heard many a good thing of the ransom. Maybe we will not get to Kefka in this session. As 6 hours later, after not sleeping particularly much after the previous session ended last night, a previous stream ended last night, I'm running a little out of steam. Phew. Cow. Got accused of being homophobic due to the barf line? Because a man in his underwear would... People are weird, man. Oh, they thought it was lock barfing. So the one thing I should have looked up with this actually was how to go about saving this session. It seems to me that it's auto-saving because it's just the way this is working is just saving along the way, so... I'll load her up. A very human environment. A pretty good place to leave off here. Go ahead and pause the emulator and so it doesn't keep going. As save. Let's save as. No, that doesn't seem to be what I wanted to do. But I will, I'll tell it to save anyway. And I suppose do I close out of the Lua or do I close out of BizHawk? Well, we're gonna find out if this works when I go to load this up again next time. This has been fun, and appreciate the support, y'all and watching. Forget how far each team got, but not everyone had equal screen time, but all the major players are there, and we can keep this going. Have a good one, y'all. Thanks for stopping by.